We all pray. Father in heaven, we want to thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for this meeting. Lord, I pray that you'd bless this time, bless this meeting. Lord, pray for your blessing upon Mayor, Deputy Mayor, all the councillors and staff. And Lord, we pray that whatever decisions will be taken we pray that it will be taken in the center of your will. And Lord, we pray that especially remember the people in Bucks King and the surrounding area, Lord. We pray, Lord, at this time of difficulty, be with them, strengthen them, Lord, and keep them in good health. And Lord, we pray all the efforts that are made, Lord, to restore the people over there. We pray that your hand will be upon them and that everything will go well. Thank you, Lord, once again. Lord, we pray for Basingstoke and Dean that you'd make this place prosperous and peaceful place. In Jesus, our Lord and Savior's name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Please sit down and listen to my member of my denominational team who is going to give the thought of the day, Mr. Kishore Patel.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm going to give the thought of the day. In 2001, my family came back to UK. I felt like the lost Homer, having circumnavigated the world for 12 years, having lived in Germany and wonderful Japan in USA. We came and arrived in Basingstoke, not knowing anybody. My wife soon made friends, and she started teaching Gujarati language, which is still running today. Then in 2004, the council awarded Basingstoke Hindu Society the management of Carnival Hall. As a founding member of the Basingstoke Hindu Society and making the application, I was ecstatic. And to our delight, this summer, 2014, we will be celebrating 10 years of managing Carnival Hall on behalf of the council. And we'd just like to give an example, what Einstein said as well, as human beings, vegetables or cosmic dust, we all dance to mysterious tune, intoned in a distance by invisible piper. Now, you will excuse us for thinking that the Basingstoke Hindu Society will just have a temple there. In fact, for the last 10 years, to mention just some of the user groups who have used the group, we have the National Blood Service donors who come every week. We have the Brazilian Society's meeting as well as the Nepalese Society's meeting, contemplating about the Queen and country. We have language classes there. We have other religious groups, stroke associations as well. So there is a small mandi there for the Hindu people to pray, but the whole building is available for all people to use in Basingstoke, irrespective of race and religion or gender. My son commented how wonderful this place is, because we had been around the world and he came to a place where a lot of people were meeting and groups were developing. My family has participated in the faith walk and have seen the different faiths and different respects they have for each other. This got me to thinking. Mahatma Gandhi once said, God has no religion. And I think this is quite surprising. However, if you consider Hinduism is about tolerance and about accommodating other cultures and religions, which they have been doing for the last 2,000 years, over 2,000 years. So Hinduism is not a religion, but a commonwealth of religions. And it's more a way of life than a form of thought. So in summary, every religion has a form of God or other. Every religion preaches good, and you will be blessed. Therefore, we should strive to take the good and shun the bad. I'm going to leave you with one quote from Swami Vivekananda. You cannot believe in God until you believe in yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, members, fire evacuation. There are no fire alarms scheduled for this evening. Therefore, if the fire alarm sounds, Please evacuate the building immediately. The fire exit is located at the rear of this room. Go down the back stairs and meet in the War Memorial Park. Now, item 2 is to receive apologies for absence. Yes, Councillor Laura James.
Apologies for Councillor David Eyre.
Councillor Terry Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Donald Sherlock.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're all here.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Gavin James. Now, item 3 is declaration. Raphael?
Yes, I think Councillor Mrs. Cubitt would be sending her apologies if they haven't already been sent by some other mechanism.
Thank you, Councillor Raphael. That's noted. Item 3 is declaration of interest. Councillor Jones.
I've got declaration of interest on many down. Peculiar interest. Thank you.
Now, item 4 is to confirm the minutes. Can I confirm as correct the minutes of the meeting held on 12th of December 2013? Great, thank you. To receive any announcement from myself and the Chief Executive. I have got a few announcements. The first one is some good news for the borough. Public Health England's recent report shows that the life expectancy for girls in Hatchwarren and Beggarwood is now 104.3. This is real good news for not only for my part, but for the borough. Right, councillors, please calm down. I would also like to ask you to support me at my 2 upcoming charity events. Charity Spring Concert, Basingstoke in Union, will be held on Saturday, the 22nd of March, 2014, at 7:30 at the Anvil. This will be an evening of music, song, and dance from around the world, showcasing the talent of young musicians and dancers from Basingstoke and the surrounding areas. Tickets will only available from the Anvil box office, and please get in touch with them for that. The second one is my charity fine dining dinner at the restaurant Bicot on Wednesday, the 30th April 2014, again at 7 o'clock for 7:30 dinner. This will be a drink on arrival, 7-course fine dining dinner plus a glass of wine, soft drink with meal and tea and coffee. And a raffle will also be held so that if you are unable to attend, any donations or raffle prizes will be much appreciated. And tickets are available from the office, our mayoral coordinator. These are my announces. Chief Executive, have you got any announcement?
Just one, Mr. Mayor, and slightly lengthy, and because that needn't worry because we have a copy of it. Mr. Mayor, I've got no wish to intrude on your debate that you'll have later about the flooding, and I won't, but other than 2 thank yous, make mention of people in particular, that you'll know what I think about our fantastic staff during this ongoing event, and that says it all. And I'm not going to comment on what's been done well and what hasn't been done not so well. That can be for another day. But I thought you might like a few facts and figures, one or two of which are a bit perhaps quirky. So here we go. We've had over the event 86 homes evacuated, 84 of which are in Butskin. During the last 3 weeks, we have dispatched 11,779 sandbags, 2,500 of which were filled on one eventful night. 1,820 actions have gone through our emergency control centre, including building a temporary bridge, specifically for Councillor Keating, one temporary road, not for Councillor Keating because he got a bridge, getting hold of 2 rowing boats, 10 portaloos, and diverting a pink bus for an emergency evacuation. 4,650 staff hours have been spent in the emergency centre, 2,697 of those outside the normal working day, and an equivalent number have been spent on site at the Ridgeway Centre and by the operations team. So we're approaching 10,000 staff hours on this. Nearly 16,000 leaflets have been distributed and 232 signs have been put up. Those thanks to help from Community Safety and the Fire Service. We have transported from Butskin, as of last night, 41.4 million litres of water over 18 days. There have been 56 media inquiries and 18 interviews with television and radio. There have been 363 texts sent direct to residents evacuated or affected by flooding. We've put 9 dogs into kennels and rescued another 12 assorted pets through a community pet rescue scheme. 243 hours of Butskin and Working Community Association volunteers' time has been spent manning the Ridgeway Centre and looking after residents who've been affected by flooding, offering drinks and a listening ear. The church in Butskin has hosted a community evening meal on Wednesday where local volunteers cooked and served meals, and they've also been running open session with foods and drinks 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Throughout half term. And they are also providing washing machine facilities for residents. And I could go on, but I won't because that's enough facts and figures. But just something I've learned about members. Firstly, both in Butskin, the 2 local members have been very supportive of the staff and the community, and I'm sure that applies throughout the borough. And I would like to say a personal thanks, nothing to do with your debate, to all the members who've supported the staff through this. And then I have to single out 2 particular members, and I hope they don't mind me doing this. Councillor Harvey, for helping keeping the community well fed, both with information and spaghetti bolognese. And Councillor Sanders, we've learnt he has a particular skill, which is making assorted cups of tea and coffee for our staff at the most antisocial hours. That's generally a thank you to all the members for supporting us through this difficult period, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6, public participation. I received none. Now, item 7 is resignations and appointments. None. Item 6 is petition. I think we have a petition. Councillor Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members. I have a petition and letters from Cranbourne residents who object most strongly to the axing of the number 7 bus service that ran every 20 minutes until last week and has now been replaced by a number 12 service, which runs once an hour. The residents are greatly affected by this. The service has also been rerouted to avoid the top of the town and the railway station, and brings great hardship to people wanting to use the post office, the railway station, of course, and also the doctor's surgeries at Crown Heights. The bus service, up until now, also Stagecoach have said on their website that they're using new buses with the front of the bus that can be lowered so they can get on there easily. But on the new service, they're using old double-deckers, which Stagecoach confirmed to me, because they don't have sufficient of the new buses there. And already some of our residents have written and said they've been injured. One lady whose walking frame was damaged as a result, and people with pushchairs are finding that very difficult. I mean, the area actually has quite a large population, and I guess represents the members here in age group as such, and therefore they're finding it quite difficult already. I know some of you are young. Okay. Not many, no. The number 12 bus is now subsidised by Hampshire County Council, and so I hope that through this petition that we can relook at this again and see if we can provide a better service. Stagecoach were quite keen to consider the rerouting of the bus service. And one of the things that was particularly keen, residents have mentioned, it's about time Stagecoach treat its passengers as first-class citizens as opposed to second. I'd like to hand this petition to you, but we will have a further petition coming from the residents of Blackdown because they're also affected by this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The petition will go to the portfolio holder. No, that's the same one. Yeah. Now we come to item 9. And reports to the council. The first one is council budget. I'd ask the leader, and then I'll be calling on Councillor Laura James. Then it will be Councillor Gavin James, and then Councillor Bierman. So the leader.
Steady, steady. Mr. Mayor, lower bills, more jobs, better facilities. That's what this administration stands for. It's what we have been delivering and what we will continue to deliver. We are committed to making Basingstoke-on-Deane a better place for hard-working local people to live, to work and to succeed. Next year, there will be no increase in council tax. In fact, there's no increase for the coming year, and then no increase for the year after that. Under this administration, that will be a 5th and a 6th successive year of council tax freeze, giving the residents of Basingstoke-on-Deane the lowest council tax in Hampshire and one of the lowest council taxes in the country. £47 lower than if you lived in Hart, and an incredible £167 lower than if you lived in Labour-controlled Oxford. Is it any wonder that our residents' view of the council has improved so dramatically since 2006? And this has not been achieved by cutting frontline services. Services have improved. We have not cut investment. We have spent over 55 million in capital over the last 5 years alone. We have not been spending our reserves, selling the roof while the sun is shining. Reserves for our future have remained stable. It has been achieved by working with a creative team of officers, the very same team who have worked so tirelessly and selflessly to help residents through the flood, to find better, more efficient ways of working, cutting out 8.4 million of unnecessary running costs, money that would otherwise have been squandered without this Conservative administration taking action. This budget shows our belief in proper management and supporting our residents. It provides additional funding to meet housing needs, deliver welfare advice and make increased provision of bed and breakfast to reduce homelessness. This is on top of over 350,000 to continue supporting those most in need of our community, and additional funding for the Meals Support Service, ensuring vulnerable older people do not disengage from their community. In our borough, we have a growing population, that needs to be housed and needs jobs. And that is why it is vital that we get the local plan agreed as soon as possible, and that Manydown is developed in a way that provides the right number and mix of housing. It must also set the standard in terms of quality of development that we expect in this borough. Consequently, there is a contribution of £1 million into the Manydown Reserve to provide the resources necessary to achieve the quality of planning our residents expect. Work is already well advanced on the master plan for the area, and the first draft will be published in the coming weeks. In the short term, however, reduced house building has left us with a lack of affordable homes in the borough. With the return to confidence in the economy, planning permissions and housing starts are now picking up, and we should see a return to the delivery level that we need for our housing policy within a few years. But in the meantime, we believe we have to bridge that gap as far as we can. And that is why we have already been working with housing associations to provide them with funding. We are funding the conversion of Chinham House to affordable housing to support local housing needs, and the plan is to provide a revolving fund from the Affordable Housing Reserve to enable housing associations to purchase existing local properties immediately for use as short-term affordable homes. If the pilot is successful, we will bring forward proposals to extend funding on the same basis until such time as the supply of affordable homes has returned to the required level. This all means in total a budget for housing and homelessness next year of well over £3 million. Mr. Mayor, the quality of life of our residents is important to this administration, and an integral part of that is the ability to feel safe, both at home and out and about. The levels of crime and antisocial behaviour in the borough remain low, and we have successfully obtained a purple flag status for the town centre as a safe environment for a good night out. But we are now faced with reduction in police numbers and the withdrawal of Hampshire's ACSO service, with whom, in partnership, we provide community patrolling in the borough. Whilst this will not have a major impact on next year's budget, I would like to take this opportunity to reinforce one of my earlier statements. We will not allow resident security to be put at risk. We have begun to examine all our options for maintaining community safety, but let me be very clear, our community patrol team will stay. It is clearly disappointing that our recycling rate has not improved by more than it has. But to do more, we will all have to become more actively involved. As an additional facility, therefore, from the 1st of April, we will be introducing collection banks for all the mixed hard plastics that currently cannot be put into the green recycling bins, and that will include Tetra Paks. But it must be noted, I think, that residents have given our waste services an enormous vote of confidence, with a 97% satisfaction rate. Proof, if it were ever needed, that Conservatives were right to retain weekly bin collections. This budget also provides for a substantially increased allocation to deal with tree maintenance. As our trees grow, sadly, so too do the problems that they can cause. The budget provides for a new area-wide proactive programme of tree and woodland maintenance. Provision of nearly £2 million is made over the next 4 years. It is a price worth paying to maintain our green environment, but it is likely that we will have to continue well into the future. And continuing the green theme, advances in technology have significantly reduced the costs of solar energy installations, making payback much more attractive than before. It is true that sometimes waiting can be more beneficial than rushing in at the first opportunity. Pilot projects have been initiated and we are learning valuable lessons, and a £1 million reserve for green investments is being maintained to enable us to take advantage both of the environmental benefits to be gained, but also of the possibility to provide lower cost energy for businesses in the borough. I would hope this funding will grow in future years. Local communities are at the heart of the borough, and we will continue to provide support through the Local Infrastructure Fund to ensure that wherever they are in the borough, those communities who have experienced development can see tangible benefits from it. Already 3 million has been made available, and there have been a number of applicants for the first round. The fund is budgeted to increase by another 1.6 million in 2014-15, money which we are allocating to help local communities improve the facilities for local people. But Mr. Mayor, there is no use in building thousands of houses to have their occupants sitting at home living off benefits because there are no jobs, or having our roads clogged with our residents leaving to find work elsewhere. That offers no quality of life for them. This budget takes on the challenge to plan for the future. We are seeing economic activity returning to Basingview, with successful negotiations completed for the £50 million Network Rail facility at Gresley Road. Under this administration, agreement has been reached for John Lewis to come to Basingstoke, strengthening the town's retail offer and increasing the draw from a wider catchment area. Superfast broadband has arrived, and through our support for the Hampshire broadband scheme, we are ensuring that more households get better broadband as quickly as possible. All these initiatives help to provide jobs, boost our quality of life, and hold council tax down. In the town, 3.7 million will be invested in the enhancement of the public realm on Basingview and other areas so that we create an attractive environment in which businesses can thrive. But the borough is still not seen by potential new businesses as a location of first choice. Despite all the benefits we can offer, there is still a perception that we are dated. We're not on the ball. It is true that as a borough we lack Grade A office accommodation. We lack first-class accommodation to allow our successful businesses to grow and stay here. We lack some of the ancillary facilities, such as hotels and conferencing, that businesses require. This budget is the first step to tackling those issues. We are in a very competitive world. We simply cannot afford the complacency that says jobs will just come to us naturally. They won't. And that is why we have created the £750,000 reserve for economic development to provide stimuli to bring new jobs to the borough. And alongside that, we have provided an additional £500,000 to promote the borough to potential investors, to make them reappraise our substantial benefits as a business location. This is an initiative which has won widespread local support, and our partners are keen to play their part and to invest in it as well. Now, considering all the froth of opposition to the investment in a coffee shop building at the leisure park, I would have hesitated about suggesting that we would need to consider investing ourselves in new office accommodation or even a hotel to provide the necessary stimulus for growth. And so I was very grateful to the members opposite, suggesting at committee that that was exactly what we should do. Well, I agree with you. And so evaluation of the opportunities is already underway. Then there is the leisure park. Few other boroughs have such an asset. The opening of Air Kicks last year was a testament to the strategic potential for the leisure park to become a regional destination of choice. We need to ensure that that potential is realised. We're nearing the end of the bidding process to find a development partner. Help us deliver the leisure facilities for the future that we need for our residents. And there is also money set aside in the budget to start regeneration of the top of the town and to plan its future. Ever since I became a councillor, and indeed I think long before that, people have been talking about doing something for the top of the town. We said that we would tackle this issue, and we are. There is a short-term revitalisation programme, introducing new specialist markets, the Shop Start launch encouraging pop-ups, which actually includes the Beacott shop, a shopfront grant scheme to be launched in April, and I think probably most importantly, the introduction of free parking in the top of the town car parks to bring people into the area. And in parallel, this month has seen the publishing of exciting new concepts for future regeneration, recreating the top of the town as a vibrant and exciting town centre location. Now, clearly, there is a lot to discuss with all involved, but this is an an initiative which this administration will not allow to be put off yet again. It is a great opportunity. We must take it, and we will. But we must not just concentrate on the town. We have to ensure also that there is a strong rural economy to provide local employment and support the provision of services to those who live in rural areas. So I intend for the Economic Development Reserve to be used to provide a £250,000 rural development scheme to support the creation of new jobs in our market towns and villages. A thriving local economy, both in Basingstoke and the borough as a whole, is vital to improve the quality of life for residents. By creating more jobs for local people, we can increase the spending power of our residents and those across North Hampshire. It is the key to the future delivery of the high-level facilities that we all want. Shopping, sport, leisure, entertainment, the facilities that make a real difference to the daily lives of all who live here. And it is also the key to accessing the funding that we need to provide the infrastructure to support these facilities and the new housing that we need in the borough. This government, in fact, any government, no matter what colour it might in the future be, will always look to put its investment where it can get a return through economic growth. We have a choice. We can either set out our stall to show that we have the will and ambition to plan and deliver a dynamic, prosperous future, or we can turn in on ourselves, look only at short-term issues, fritter away our resources, and stand idly by as we become a decaying, second-rate borough. This administration will not do that. Finally, Mr. Mayor, there is one other matter which I have to deal with, which some members may find difficult. It is all very well to talk about saving taxpayers' money, keeping council tax down through finding new and better ways of working. And of course, that's right. But so far, we have missed a most obvious saving, tackling the cost of politics. And I don't mean just fiddling about with the members' allowance scheme. The peer review was very clear that our current committee structure is overly complex and bureaucratic, inefficient and costly. We need fewer, more effective committees with all of us working better together. And the peer review was also strongly recommending that we should move to 4-yearly elections to improve effectiveness and to reduce costs. As a first step in this process, we need to listen to the views of our residents. So this budget provides for us to consult with them and ask if they believe, like we do, that we should be cutting the cost of politics. Mr. Mayor, this budget balances the need to deal compassionately with today's problems with a need to forge a long-term future for the borough based on ambition and a determination to succeed. It is a budget that provides support where it is most needed and delivers on our promise to offer all our ordinary hard-working residents a place to call home with a bright, exciting future for themselves and for their children. This administration is building that prosperous future. It's a future of lower bills, more jobs and better facilities. I beg to move the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basingstoke is a great place to live, but there are many people who are struggling to get by, struggling to make ends meet. We believe we can do better. The people of our town and of our borough deserve a lot better. We have seen inequality growing in our borough. We have two very different Basingstokes. I want to talk to you about the Basingstoke through the eyes of the people we meet. Where you are born, where you live, really does determine your life chances, as you said, Mr. Mayor, tonight. The council signed off the joint health and wellbeing strategy this year, and it said, if you are born in Pockley, you have a life expectancy almost 5 years less than people living on the other side of the A33 in Chinham. What is the budget and the council plan doing to address this? The administration talk about the success of our borough, but that is not something everyone shares in. More and more people are using the food bank. The administration needs to see the world through other people's experiences, people who would show them a different Basingstoke. We know that personal debt is a major issue in Basingstoke. It's great that we are now giving the CAB an additional £21,000 over the next 2 years to answer the phone at peak times, something that the Labour group has fought hard for alongside Councillor Stephen Day. But at the same time, the CAB have a £30,000 shortfall in their budget, and the administration has frozen their grant yet again. Meanwhile, they see an increase of 11% in their workload. And what this council spends the people's money on really matters. Why is it that this administration can use £800,000 to buy a coffee shop, but our credit union is hidden away on Riverdene, only open for a short time and isn't even on a bus route? And when they ask us to help to find a town centre location, they are told to put together a 3-year business plan and prove their sustainability. Come on. There was no business plan for the coffee shop, and if there was, we didn't get to see it. The priority for this council is not that people need more coffee shops, whether it's housing, tackling debt, or delivering on a green agenda. There are far more important priorities that we need to be delivering on. We want to see a credit union in our town centre. This was the conclusion reached cross-party by an overview committee when our partners presented only a few weeks ago. We've got an ageing population in Basingstoke. The borough's post-retirement age population could increase by nearly 19,000 people between 2010 and 2031. We will also see a 17% increase of people with dementia, or 3,000 more people by 2015. The NHS Hampshire annual report states that the highest increase in the number of people with dementia is predicted in Basingstoke and Deane. But at the same time, Basingstoke has seen the closure of 2 residential care homes. Where is the plan in this budget and council plan to meet the housing and care needs of older people? Where is the forward thinking that links services and support for older people? An older couple in the town who are both disabled, and they live in a 2-bed home. One bedroom has the husband's medical equipment surrounding the bed. The second bedroom, his wife's. They can't actually fit the equipment around the one bed for both of them, and they can't sleep in the same room because of the medical condition. They have a doctor's letter to prove all of this. However, they are being charged for what the government determined is an extra bedroom. There is no compromise. Even if they move, they still need 2 bedrooms. They are in arrears, and our officers say there is nothing they can do. They ultimately could face eviction because they can't afford their home. We want a renewed emphasis on our vulnerable persons protocol to support vulnerable households. It is not wrong for this council to use its financial muscle to help solve the local housing crisis. For us, that means building council homes for rent, because we will not settle for 27 affordable homes a year. And we want a target rent for Basingstoke, one set against the real incomes of local people, not the inflated rents of landlords. It means we won't turn a blind eye to the terrible practices going on in the private rented sector. We want to license all HMOs so that we can track all landlords in Basingstoke, and yes, root out the bad ones, and also praise and celebrate good practice in the rented sector. We would introduce a mandatory licensing scheme coupled with the much tighter local standards, just as other councils do to tackle this growing problem. If we want a healthy rented sector, then regulation is important. Mr. Mayor, we want to work with our housing associations to deliver regeneration, not just of homes, but of the fabric of our communities, so that the places in which we live are better. The life chances and opportunities people have through regeneration are far more than just the physical change that we can bring about. We want a new neighbourhood renewal strategy that identifies actions we can take, working with our partners to make a difference to our communities. When it comes to building new homes as part of the local plan, who are we building the homes for? The High Court has told us that Manydown must be developed. We are pleased that all of the group leaders and the council leader came together with the work of the Chief Executive and agreed to set up a Manydown Overview Committee, which will be transparent and open to the public, enabling the people of Basingstoke, in particular residents in Winklebury and Oakley, the opportunity to see the mistakes of recent years put behind us, and us all working to fulfil the High Court judgment and to see the very best development possible on Manydown. The county has yet to pay their share of Manydown, £4.4 million. If we give county any further reason not to pay, we will undermine this budget, which assumes that we will receive this money. If this council had received this money earlier, we could have invested it over a long term and received 3% interest, not the 1.1% interest we are currently receiving. And if county had exercised their opportunity last year and paid us the money, we could have used it on other priorities. It is essential that tonight we demonstrate a confidence in our approach to Manydown and that sees the county finally pay up. If we are going to be forced by Eric Pickles and Maria Miller to sacrifice our greenfields after greenfields, it must be that we build houses to meet local need. Instead of hiding behind silly arguments about who opposed this and jibes about numbers and games and targets, targets mean nothing. The administration need to be honest with people and say, if we want economic growth, then it has consequences. The LEP is driving growth. Our economic strategy is driving growth. If we push for growth, the question is, who benefits from that growth? There is a need to tackle low wages, to root out those who exploit our young people with 0 hours contracts. Yes, it is about moral leadership. We want better for Basingstoke, better paid employment that helps raise living standards, better security in employment that offers people stability in the future. So our economic plan has to be better than just a blueprint for getting money out of the LEP. It is truly astounding that the LEP has this council claim Basingstoke is successful because the administration built a skydiving simulator. There are people in this town that cannot afford to enjoy many of our excellent facilities. Over half of all the grant funding goes to the Amble, but there are so many people in Basingstoke that have never been. Our economic strategy cannot be just about growth for growth's sake. It's about an economic journey over the next 20 years, which includes everyone, not just a few. We have the power to support small businesses with their rates and rents. At the same time, this council and our partners, like Festival Place, are increasing rents and rates, which are forcing many SMEs out of business. Look at the number of empty shops in our town. We want our town to be a place people want to come to, that is attractive and interesting, not a high street full of banks, payday lenders and charity shops. Rather than waiting for business to tell us that they are in trouble, we need to be far more in touch with the pulse of small business in our town. We need to be far more progressive and have a nurturing approach to the small business in Basingstoke. If we want economic success, we have to be better than just spending £500,000 on marketing. We want a living wage, apprenticeships that pay fairly. We want to stop the abuse of 0 hours contracts. We want to promote the very best of Basingstoke. Many of the same councillors who voted to increase their allowances in this budget voted against this council promoting a living wage. And we have got to be greener, better at recycling. Basingstoke creates more waste than any other borough in Hampshire, and at the same time, we are one of the worst at recycling our waste. To say this year that £1 to say this year that £1 million for green infrastructure was announced, last year was announced, and it still remains unspent, is an absolute disgrace. We want investment in programs promoting home installation, renewable energy for buildings and communities, supporting community projects like Incredible Edible, would grasp the opportunity to put solar panels in our community buildings and our commercial properties. The much anticipated climate change strategy is exceptionally disappointing. Fuel poverty is a real and growing problem for many people in Basingstoke. We would introduce a cooperative energy scheme for Basingstoke and working with our partners help people afford the astronomical cost of fuel by buying together for communities. We need to see much more ambitious programmes, something I would like to share as a priority with the Lib Dems and independent colleagues. A truly green agenda can also mean jobs and growth in sustainable industries. We know that public transport is a major concern for so many people across Basingstoke and Deane. Last year, bus services were cut, and Stagecoach last week cut their routes again without consultation. A lone parent with 2 children in Buckskin needs to take her daughter to the doctors in Brighton Hill, as there is no doctor's surgery in Buckskin. Has to go into town and then back out to Brighton Hill. Just imagine how difficult it is to take an ill child on such a tortuous bus route around the town to get to her GP. And it cost her over £15. I met a woman in Brighton Hill this week, and she had to reduce her hours of work as she cannot get to Sainsbury's on the bus. She lost a day's work because of the lack of Sunday bus services. She lost hours of her weekly shifts because the buses have been reduced. That's someone whose income has been directly affected by the bus cuts. The cuts are having a direct economic impact on the people of Basingstoke. I think it's wrong that this administration has rewarded Stagecoach with a contract for our shuttle bus, the only competition to Stagecoach in Basingstoke. We have got to be better because buses are a major issue for so many residents in our town. We have lost many experienced staff. In this council, we see so many consultants brought in at great cost. We need to be better than that. There are capacity issues in this place, and it's affecting how we deliver services. We oppose commissioning. The recent flooding criteria has stretched the staffing levels to new extremes, but all staff have responded to these pressures. In this budget, it is probably a good time to reflect on how quickly the response and how much the cost would have been if, like some other councils, we had not had a dedicated, centrally run team, but had instead had to rely on outsourced workers who privately run for-profit companies. We want to see cooperatives, mutually run services that link our staff and their expertise and talent to our communities and their needs and aspirations. For us, commissioning is another name for competitive tendering to the lowest denominator. We have to be better than that. I know we are not the only ones on this side of the chamber who have good ideas. We have a history of working with others for the benefit of the borough. I want a mature debate about the values we share, the things that we want to do. We want to see a very different administration. We are clear on our values and what drives our work for the people of our borough. It's time for a fresh start in Basingstoke, and it's time that we could do a lot better, and we should be doing a lot better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gavin James.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Traditionally, I've started by talking about the council plan, but this year we haven't got one. Last year, the administration set out to achieve as little as possible, and I guess they can claim success on the basis they've achieved so little they can stretch the same plan out for a few more years yet. I also have a confession to make. When I realised the council were using last year's plan and pretty much using last year's budget, I was tempted just to use last year's speech. But of course that would have sent the wrong message. Just because the administration has run out of ideas, the Liberal Democrats haven't. I will instead highlight some successes we have had as a council. Firstly, we went through the peer review process. It was courageous of the council, the officers and indeed the administration to allow others to come through and apply some scrutiny to what the council does. For those of you who don't understand the word scrutiny, you'll need to find a councillor who's been here more than 6 years. It was useful to get the ideas of outsiders looking in and also the thoughts of staff who see things from a different perspective. There was much to celebrate about what the council does and much we can be proud of, but also much we can learn. For me, the greatest concern in the feedback was how staff feel they're treated sometimes by certain councillors. Mr. Mayor, we must never be afraid to challenge and expose councillors who don't show due respect towards staff. Perhaps the biggest achievement for the administration this year is they have an economic master plan. It brings together how we can achieve a prosperous economy in Basingstoke and Deane and the infrastructure we need to support it. We could have done with this 5 years ago. Conservatives spent too long talking up growth whilst pretending new homes weren't needed. I hope it will now bring together the 46 active councillors to share the same vision. It'd be nice if the 14 Labour councillors also joined the debate they've contributed nothing to for the last 5 years. Mr. Mayor, we are increasingly reliant on our local economy and our investments to fund council services. Central government has squeezed and it will keep squeezing. Some may hope a different government may change things. It won't. As a sister council, I spent some time doing some research into whether or not a Labour government would plan to use their tax on bankers' bonuses to support councils. And so far, Mr. Mayor, it's not looking good. In October 2010, Ed Miliband said that tax was pledged to restore child benefit to the wealthiest. On the 18th of October 2010, Alan Johnson said, no, the tax was to fund capital spending. On the 6th of January 2011, Ed Miliband pledged that this money would be used to part fund a cut to VAT. Unfortunately, I think that Ed Miliband was abducted by aliens because a different Ed Miliband 4 days later announced that the tax was to increase tax credits. On the 14th of March, Mr. Mayor, was a great day. Labour HQ put out a press release in the morning saying the tax was for regional growth. And in the afternoon, the same head office put out a similar press release saying the money was for 25,000 new homes. Clearly, Ed Miliband didn't get either memo, as just 2 weeks later, he went on the news and said, my party's been consistent on this, it's to cut the deficit. Even last autumn, Ed Balls told us that the money from a tax on bankers' bonuses would be set aside for free childcare. I have to say, Mr. Mayor, I was very annoyed to watch the news the other day, having done my research, when Labour's Shadow Treasury spokesman confirmed that Labour were looking at making more cuts to local government. He said the next Labour government would want more shared services, more commissioning and more outsourcing. The good news for us is we do have significant prosperity in the borough. There are encouraging signs I'm sure the whole chamber will cheer. The number of people in the borough claiming job seekers allowance has halved since 2010. The number of young people has more than halved since 2010. Claiming job seekers allowance, not the number of young people, that would be a tragedy. We've seen the number of young people on apprenticeships double since 2010. As a bit of a plug, Mr. Mayor, on Monday, Basingstoke College of Technology will host one of the largest ever apprenticeship open days, and several businesses have already confirmed their attendance, bringing real opportunities and real vacancies for the young people of Basingstoke. Mr. Mayor, more people in our borough are working than ever before. That doesn't mean life is easy, but wage increases are growing at the fastest rate for 6 years, and inflation has fallen to the lowest. Experts predict by the autumn salaries will have caught up with the cost of living. It has taken far too long, there has been too much suffering, but at least we can celebrate that things are finally looking right. But Mr. Mayor, there is a very big threat to this recovery. Britain has always been internationalist in outlook. We have been keen to explore the world and both import and export the best ideas, products and people. Whether protecting the weakest, offering sanctuary to the most threatened, or feeding the poorest, Britain has never been far from the centre of the world stage. The nation and the borough's prosperity is founded upon and dependent upon our international links and our partners across Europe and the world. A dark force threatens these values of Britishness. A force that wants to risk 10% of the jobs in this borough, some 9,000 people, that wants to break away from our economic partners and would happily give up the £39 million the EU have given Enterprise M3 for innovation, much of which is heading for Basingstoke. This dark force is called UKIP. I can only imagine that the I stands for ignorance. I know they say their last manifesto was drivel, and they've promised us they're in the process of rewriting that drivel. But it will still have the same anti-British themes that threaten our borough. And why does this matter now? Mr. Mayor, you go around the country, you represent the borough. And if you were asked by a major business, where should I site my European headquarters? I'm sure you would say Basingstoke-on-Dean. I would have said Basingview. A great location in a great borough with great transport links and great people. And a council chamber that doesn't always agree, but all wants to make the borough even greater. This borough will struggle to secure such investment whilst the nation flirts with the European exit door. An anti-European vote is an anti-jobs vote, and it's an anti-Basingstoke vote. But whilst the Liberal Democrats are signed up to prosperity, it is conditional. Prosperity only really counts if it's shared. As a council, we focus a lot on economic prosperity, so much we seem to lose sight of why we do it. This year's budget once again talks of future unidentified savings in the future. These are cuts that Conservatives call efficiencies, for short. We have been through so many operational reviews and efficiency projects in the last 7 years, you wonder whether it would have been more efficient to get it right the first time. Mr. Mayor, 4 months ago, I reported some broken street lights under borough control. Of course, the email was forwarded to someone else, and then nothing. I'm left in the dark. And many more of us will be left in the dark because some of those lights are in our actual car park. Then we had the local infrastructure fund. In principle, this was a good thing, allowing local communities to choose their own priorities and get the funding for them, with an added emphasis on the areas that have seen most development. But if you've seen the forms, you'll recognise that officer support is needed, but not always available. They have too many projects already sitting in their in trays, as whilst they try and clear their inboxes. We are losing the ability to turn good ideas into reality. As a final example, and I paraphrase and change the details to protect the identity of the sender, but I want to read an email response when we asked for a meeting with officers. It said, happy to meet at any time, though we can only do it on Tuesdays, as that's the only day we work on this project together. Also, we can't do it before 11 or after 2. Just let us know when it's convenient. P.S. I'm on leave for the next 2 weeks. Mr. Mayor, for too long, the Conservatives have been busy hunting down the back of the borough sofa to find savings that they haven't noticed they've started to wreck the sofa. Mr. Mayor, we have the most capable officers, but I think sometimes we ask the impossible. Mr. Mayor, I can't support the budget, not because of what's in it. Much has been said about the £500,000 marketing budget, and I can understand the scepticism shown by members of the opposition. We spend the money, we do a press release to claim it's a success before we've done anything with the money. Then we do nothing, we move on, we get excited about the next big scheme. We can never be sure anything is a success until we know what the objectives are and how we can measure that success. We claimed the refurbishment of the Mals was a success. But we spent all the budget, we used up all the contingency, then another £1.5 million. We finished behind schedule, and we needed to work through the night when originally we never planned to. And we called it a success. I dread to think what failure looks like. We must have a process in place. This is what we're spending, this is what we're spending it on, and this is what success looks like, and this is when we'll meet up to see what we've done. And a few months later, we meet up, we see what was spent, and we compare the outcomes with the objectives. This is not about a witch hunting exercise. This is about celebrating true success together, but also being able to learn when things haven't turned out as we wanted. I really can't support the budget because of what's not in it. Mr. Mayor, we need to address the affordable housing crisis faced by our residents. Developers are very comfortable with the gulf between supply and demand, leading to inflated prices for our residents. The Conservatives are keen to keep their bills lower, but it means nothing when their rents are so high. The downturn in housing completion was not a lack of sites, but developers wanting to maximise profits. We have the land and the capital to do something about it. Mr. Mayor, We can build a one-bedroom bungalow for £20,000 if we have the land, and it can be built in weeks. Our housing waiting list highlights the demand for smaller accommodation that suits our residents' needs and is something they can afford. I can't see enough in the budget to address this. And it's not just about building the right housing stock, but how we use it. When we've built the right homes, we still need to make moving possible. There may be limited funding, and too limited funding, to support those affected by welfare changes in moving. But what about others who simply want to downsize to a home they can afford to maintain and heat? There seems no good reason not to offer a package of support to help social renters to relocate where it frees up much needed property. Someone to help with the packing and the planning, a man, a van and somebody to help measure for the curtains. But there's nothing in the budget for this. And we've all met people that have got into debt. The CAB do a fantastic job, but are often only asked to get involved when the debt problem has become a crisis. It's something of a postcode lottery as to whether your housing association will help or advise, but we know many of those with the biggest problems are private tenants who often have to pay twice as much rent. We need to teach people better how to use their money and better when to recognise they're getting in trouble. We have a network of community schools and centres and colleges. We know some lenders clearly prey on the poorest, but debt will attack anybody. That's why the council needs to take the lead and provide the service. This year we've seen a motion come to council. There's been a community wellbeing Ofcom. Lots of talk, but very little action. Every day of delay sees another resident edge closer to a financial crisis that we know ruins families. And we should do something about it. Mr. Mayor, it wouldn't be a Lib Dem group leader's budget speech without mentioning renewable energy. Lib Dems in government changed the law to allow local authorities to get involved in energy supply. 4 years later, and one of the richest and largest authorities has learned very slowly and achieved very little. If we'd invested £20 million when the Liberal Democrats suggested it, we'd be having £2 million a year revenue supporting our services. Now, for those who still doubt climate change, there is another reason. Your energy bills are going up. Even those who advocate a short-term price freeze recognise it's at best some short-term relief. The global demand for energy is going up, reserves of fossil fuels are going down. We should have looked by now at every south-facing roof in our borough, every large warehouse. We can look at our rivers, and we can even look at areas that aren't suitable for housing development to whether wind turbines would look better. We can generate the energy to support local businesses and residents, but we've been far too slow. Whether we do it via a cooperative or into the feed-in tariff, or whether we set up a wholly owned enterprise that can generate money, we can tackle climate change, and we can provide greater energy security. Mr. Mayor, I want to take nothing away from a late emotion, but it is time we did something about the bus service. I'm not convinced that Stagecoach are the best partner. We seem to hand over hundreds of thousands of pounds in subsidy to maintain a service, yet it continues to decline. Nobody wants to subsidise an empty bus, but Stagecoach, though happy to pick up public subsidies, seem much more reluctant to put passenger numbers of the services in the public domain. The time has come for this council to design and deliver the bus services Stagecoach can't, using public money to provide a public service, including evenings, and publishing the numbers. It's much easier to explain why you've dropped a service or changed a service if you can prove that no one ever uses it. Now, Mr. Mayor, unusually, the Liberal Democrat group have also identified we'd like to see more Tories. We'd like to maintain them better, we'd like to spend more money on them. But these are very specific Tories. They are, of course, public lavatories. Mr. Mayor, we have a council plan that offers nothing, and a budget that promises no more. But this administration could look at a famous film for inspiration. If you look at the Conservatives, you'll see the scarecrows without the ideas to think of something. You will see the tin men without the heart to do the right thing. And you'll see the cowardly lions who lack the courage to do anything. They simply have to follow the Liberal Democrat coloured road, and they will find a stronger economy and a fairer society.
Thank you. Councillor Bierman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just start off with the fact that a reminder to colleagues that at the end of this debate, Councillor Keating is going to be spared a job in calling for a recorded vote because this is going to be enforced upon us. This, of course, you will be aware, is a form of localism. We are now allowed to make all our own decisions in increasing fashion, and this is one example of it. I have a little difficulty in aligning the two concepts, I have to say. And I believe that the opportunities that have been mentioned by previous speakers, buses for instance, are the sort of thing that we should be trying to grasp, despite the fact that central government of any type tends to push us in other directions. Addressing in particular now our budget and the words from our leader, or the council leader anyway, and his frequent reference to hard-working people. This seems to be a thing that either Tory Central Office has said one should keep repeating every now and then in every speech, although I do believe others say it as well. I get a bit worried about the people who aren't hard-working, the pensioners, the disabled, and the children. And are we forgetting that some people, for whatever reason, can't be hard-working people, who can't necessarily look after themselves, and who we have to bear in mind in all our decisions? I'd like to make quick reference to the Green Investment Fund, because that happens to be something near to my heart. Again, as has been suggested, it's been much talked about, but it seems to be quite moribund. I don't know how long one can keep a fund that isn't used going, but it seems to have quite a long life, this fund. Perhaps, of course, if one doesn't use any, you can keep re-announcing it without having to dip into one's resources. But it is so joking aside, it is an essential thing. If we're taking green initiatives seriously, and I would like to suggest that after our recent experiences, our ongoing experiences, it's not a topic that we can deal with lightly. And I would go as far as saying that what we have experienced this year is as nothing compared with what could yet be coming. I don't like to suggest that this is a good experience, because it isn't, but it certainly has helped us to work out and face the realities of such events and help us to refine our preparations. But I would like to think that the poor people who have suffered in recent weeks shouldn't have to suffer. And there are two ways of preventing them from suffering. One is to help the events not happen, and the other way, of course, is when they do happen, to have robust schemes in place to assist. But that is the second choice. The first choice is the better one, i.e. helping to prevent it. Now, of course, Basingstoke and Deane alone can't make a difference, but Basingstoke and Deane can be helpful in helping green initiatives, be they wind farms, even though some people might say they're not pretty, but I suggest compared with what could be, they're marvellous, or solar farms, sorry John, and others. I really do think that it's a question of the priority and us putting our heart and soul behind addressing these issues. And if we don't do it, there won't be many others that do it, apart from some very honourable local volunteers who are making big efforts in that direction, and I applaud them for all the time and effort they put in voluntarily in that direction. It's also important that we lead by example. Interestingly, we had a climate change meeting last night, and we were discussing how one could perhaps measure success locally beyond the council, and we did rather reach the conclusion that the only thing that we could very clearly measure was our own performance. And then, it doesn't happen very often at committee or panel meetings, we actually got a freebie. And I wave it around. It's, I don't think I have to declare it in my expenses or anything. I think they've been handed out more generally. And interestingly, and I'm somebody who's normally freezing because of the air extraction here, but I'm not at the moment. And the reason I'm not, my little thermometer, which is what's embedded in this card, says it's 24 degrees in here. 24 degrees. And it was 24 degrees in the room that we were meeting in. Now, the recommendation is 19 to 20. And this is all costing to put that heat. And, put aside the hot air. Take 2 degrees off for all the hot air being spouted. We're still just a bit above what we should be, aren't we? So are we doing the right thing in terms of our heat generation, our lighting and other activities on campus to lead by example? And that's, to my mind, the starting point in any green initiative. But I hope Robert will loosen up the funds a bit and make them more readily available. We shall see. On a sort of green agenda or topic, we've increased the tree maintenance reserve, something I welcome, I've spoken about in the past, and I think we need to do a bit more of, though. And I don't think 400,000 extra is really going to make a difference when one looks at what some areas, well planted by colleagues in the past, are facing. Sorry, David, what did you say? But nonetheless, well-intentioned, but sometimes the best-laid plans of mice and so on. And we really do need to review the level of money we've put into that fund. Mr. Mayor, I had the privilege of serving in the same role as you are now in last year, and if nothing else, it is very educational, because it brings you into contact with people and groups in the community, in the borough, that you otherwise might not make contact with. And as has already been said by the Labour group leader, there are a lot of people who are not so well off. And there are a lot of people who are depending on community groups for support. There is no doubt that there's a greater pressure on the likes of the CAB. And to think that we are not giving wholehearted and generous support when we, as a borough, unlike some boroughs, can afford it. Because I was always told by my parents one should save for a rainy day. And in several respects, we're having rainy days at the moment. But in terms of resources, we are having rainy days. There's no doubt we're cutting back. But are we cutting back too vigorously in the wrong places? Are we cutting back on the community groups who are so essential to help our community infrastructure and to support it? There are a lot of fine people, some of them in this chamber, supporting the likes, one of my charities, the Camrose Centre, a wonderful organisation, but stretched absolutely, and could do so much more with more resources. What about the people who don't have money, and what little money they have, they don't know how to manage properly? CAB again, and it's already been mentioned, the credit union. What a good idea. Sadly, one of the greatest community cooperative organisations, i.e. the co-op itself, is currently in some difficulties. But some of the greatest things in our country grew up through cooperatives and the Quakers and the like. And we have sold them off or closed them down. And we really need to look at that sector and see how we can help these worthy groupings to be enhanced and continue and expand in their activities. Because, as the Chief Executive indicated, the achievements of the borough in helping people in Buckskin and elsewhere was not because that's what was required of them, but it was very much a question of goodwill and joining in. That's where the success lay. The success didn't lie in the Chief Executive saying, get out there and do it now, because if he had have done it, he probably wouldn't have got a very pleasant response. The point is, people want to help, many people want to help and like to help, and I'm sure you, Mr. Mayor, have experienced that in your term of office so far. It is absolutely amazing what some people will do and can do, given the opportunity, and we are the people who can help facilitate those people who want those opportunities. Community centres, I just mentioned again, in terms of funding, community centres are essential, and we're cutting back on the funding for the infrastructure that helps groups work in our community, and I think that's going in the wrong direction. Thinking rather bigger, I too can't go beyond this debate without mentioning Manydown. and money's been put into the Many Down Reserve, and great stuff. So, if we'd have been managing this properly, we wouldn't be looking at putting money in the reserve, we'd be looking at cashing in, to put it quite crudely. We could be earning massive sums of money from the Many Down land in order to support our failing infrastructure. And I don't think there's a person in this room will dare to say that our infrastructure is fine, don't worry. It's quite the reverse. And when one looks at all the things that have been presented at P&I, they don't tell us how the money is going to come to improve the infrastructure that we will need to accommodate the extra houses, however many houses it is. So what are we doing to assist to get the income from Many Down? Precious little so far, and most of it negative. Now that finally, we've been dragged kicking and screaming to the situation where land is being released more and more on Many Down, have we got plans in place as to how we're going to manage the income and how best to manage the project for the best return? Because it is going to be, even in the terms of our reserves and the like, it's going to be a lot of money, and we need to be prepared for it. I believe from the briefing we had from Kevin Jaquest, there is something coming up in March, but it seems to me a bit late in the day, and we should have been at it further, and we certainly need all the facilities we can to have maximum member engagement in that. And by that I don't mean the cabinet or very select little private committees. I mean maximum overall cross-party membership engagement. So I hope we will achieve that by one means or another. In closing, I'll just say I spent the morning with the leader and others at the M3 Enterprise Conference. Enterprise M3 Conference. And of course that's about economic growth, and we're seeking economic growth. And I believe we're now actually beginning to talk about what type of growth we want and where, again, rather late in the day. Because we've long since been talking about economic growth and then denying the fact that economic growth brings it the need for accommodation. What are we doing in order to provide houses for the people who are going to provide the economic growth? We seem to be a bit schizophrenic, don't we? We're saying we want all the extra jobs, and there are some wonderful things coming. I mean, Kickstart, I'm afraid, air kicks and such things are flim-flam in those terms. The things that really matter are things like Network Rail, to a certain extent John Lewis, but the Network Rail headquarters there is fantastic. And that sort of thing in our borough, to my mind, can only be for the best. But if we want to have 4,000 people in such facilities, they've got to live somewhere. And we're saying, with one side of our mouths, let's have the economic growth, but for heaven's sake, don't let's build too many houses. And here we are, putting in unrealistic figures that are going to be trounced by inspectors at a later date for the housing provision. If we want to have economic growth, we've got to accept houses. And then we've got to plan those houses well, and that can be done. Whitehill and Borden had a little stand at our conference this morning. They were showing the sort of things that can be done. They have the disadvantage that they don't own the land that they're seeking to have developed. It's MOD land, so they have restrictions. They don't have the same powers. But we have fantastic powers because we are joint owners of Many Down. That gives us the opportunity to do really groundbreaking things. So as we go in that direction, for heaven's sake, let's do groundbreaking things that will get respect and appreciation for our borough in the way that we would like, rather in the way that we will have otherwise, like jams all around the country, apart from Black Dam, where we're doing a donut, which might lead to, yes, and it could be a rather sticky donut at the end of the day. So with that, you'll know which way I vote and my colleagues, because it's going to be declared. I won't be supporting the budget, but I certainly might. Well, we'll see how I use my vote and other colleagues use their vote beyond not supporting the budget, which I've not been able to do in past years because I've never felt they contain the sufficient radical innovation within them to justify the support, though I wouldn't say it's all bad because it never has been. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Bieran. Now, can I call on Councillor Sanders to move the budget? Oh, you moved it. Can I check whether it is seconded, please? Seconded by Councillor Jawardina. Now I am going to open the debate, and it will be limited to 5 minutes, each councillors, and I'm going to call on Councillor West to start.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, the leader has delivered a well-balanced budget, and he has delivered it very eloquently, as he always does. Unfortunately, though, what the budget itself doesn't show are some of the inconvenient facts which actually drive some of the decisions that we have. And I'm talking necessarily about the relationship between central government policy and how it's implemented locally. I'm talking about the way in which, okay, this council is receiving less money from central government, so it's been taken away with one hand and offered back in drips for various incentives. So much for localism. And the biggest incentive I see coming down the line, which is a fact, is the incentive for building more houses. So David Cameron and the Conservatives take away money from this borough and they'll give it back to us if we build more homes. But we all know, Mr. Mayor, that we wouldn't need so many homes if the country wasn't so crowded. And it may be an inconvenient fact, but I'm not here to be popular. I'm here to say it as I see it and represent the people of my ward. And the inconvenient facts are, for year upon year, this government and previous governments have allowed immigration in this country to continue unchecked year after year. Britain, an open door. It's not rubbish.
Please, can you let the councillor talk, please?
And I'm not, and I object, to being called a fascist.
This is not on, Councillor West, would you sit down, please?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Watts, would you like to withdraw that remark?
Mr. Mayor, I withdraw that mark.
Councillor West.
I accept. My boots aren't black. Okay. Before I was interrupted, this is an inconvenient truth, because who will actually be occupying all of these new homes? Not necessarily people in this borough who are working, developing revenue and working in this borough, generating prosperity. Probably more likely the overspill of people from London who have been forced to move out due to violent crime and due to the inner city degradation as a result of mass immigration, which has been allowed to happen unchecked in this country. And meanwhile, while the floodgates are open, the plan is simple: build, build, build. But the inconvenient reality that the people of this borough understand is very, very simple. And the fact is this: Britain is full. And it is now time to deal with this before we become completely overpopulated, before our roads turn to gridlock and our drains overflow and you put the tap on and there'll be no water. Okay? Because that's the problem when you have too many people sharing too many resources. And sadly, to make a political point, the people in this borough and the people in this country understand that only UKIP are prepared to stand up and talk about this inconvenient truth of immigration. Now let me move closer to home, if I may, and talk about Tadley and my ward of Tadley Central. For too long, Tadley has been... 1 minute, go. I thought you said 5 minutes. For too long, the people of Tadley have been shortchanged. And last year, I had the opportunity to sit down in a meeting with the leader and talk about this. And I set out a year ago what I wanted to see for Tadley Central and the surrounding area. This year, not a meeting, not an email, not a call, nothing. And I only take some solace from the fact that there's £2 million set aside for the local infrastructure fund. And I challenge the leader now to commit to the money required to build a youth centre for Tadley, which is so desperately needed.
Extra 30 seconds.
And the money for that youth centre has already been squandered by this administration, by the many down fiasco. The money spent on that could have delivered a youth centre for the people of Tadley. I have a lot more to say, but sadly I've run out of time. But needless to say, I won't be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor West. Councillor Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to expand on the comments that the leader made with particular relevance to the environment portfolio. So let me start by expanding on the new services we'll be launching in April. Recycling for Tetra Paks across the borough. Recycling for all types of plastic, hard plastic, your ready meal containers across the borough. It's a first for this borough. Now, members and Gazette readers will be aware that we've been working hard on this and we didn't think it would be successful. Previously, Tetra Paks had to be recycled in Scandinavia and had to be shipped there. Hardly sustainable. New plant opened in Yorkshire, but they'll only accept it in bulk in bales. I think we've tried about 13, 14 different ways of getting it there. Finally, last week, we got one that worked, and we're acting quickly to roll it out across the borough. Persistence has paid off in this, and I have to pay tribute to our waste team. They're a fantastic example of what a shared service has brought to this council. And we should be very careful when we bandy around things around commissioning and shared services, that we realise that one of our best viewed services by the public is run by a shared service, and it has brought things to this borough. But Mr. Mayor, this is, for me, is only a restart. We need to increase what's recycled in the bins as well as in by banks. But for that, we need major change in our sorting area. And I'm very pleased to say that Project Integra and the Hampshire County have now agreed to start the work to get more things recycled in the green bins, at Basingstoke's urging and a little bit of my shouting. So, as the leader said, our recycling hasn't gone up as much as we'd hoped, but it has gone up. Let's get behind percentages. The weight of recycled glass this year, quoting quarters 1 to 3 versus 1 to 3, has increased by 15% to 3,086 tonnes. A lot of that's because of the curbside recycling, opposed by members opposite. Dry recycling, not by the Liberal Democrats, I completely agree, Gavin, just by Labour. Dry recycling's increased by 3%. We assigned more people ever to our green garden waste, and the amount we've collected is up by 15% to 1,505 tonnes. The amount of litter we have collected has almost doubled. I'm sure all members would say that's a great thing. However, it does impact our recycling rate negatively. But I think that's an impact we would all take. The litter being collected has also been driven by our council's excellent programme of deep spring cleans. I know Councillor Potter is a fan of them. And they've been great in building that local community, working across housing associations and different agencies in order to get it. We have to remember that this has been done at no extra cost to the taxpayer. But it's not just council tax we've kept down, Mr. Mayor. Graffiti's down by almost 2/3, from 526 reported incidents to 196. Still too high, but it's a great example again of how our development teams, Our street cleaning teams are working together. Fly tipping's down by about 60% in weight terms, despite the doom-laden predictions of members opposite. Our fantastic street cleaning team, as the leader has said, got the Purple Flag Award for our town centre, and again got reward flags for our local parks. Now, members are also aware, if we go to a broader term, we've been working on our climate change strategy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did something very rare in local government, but I think it was the right thing. We came up with our first ideas. We called in our volunteer experts. We had a great workshop with them. By the end of the night, we tore up our first draft. We decided it wasn't good enough. Officers, myself together. We went back to the drawing board. Yes, it delayed it, but it was the right thing to do to work with those communities. The second edition has just come back from consultation, broadly positive. Now, I agree with a lot of the detailed comments that says it needs to be more targets, and the one going forward will have that. Mr. Mayor, we have a fantastic green borough. We're keeping this together. We're working with local communities and local bodies to do it. So, Mr. Mayor, this has been a year of ups and downs. It's been up for dry recycling, down for graffiti. Up for glass recycling, down for fly tipping. Up for our purple and blue flags, down for council tax. And the year to come, we're going to be introducing Tetra Pak recycling, hard plastic, and getting hard targets on climate change. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Donnell. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just say, I've been a councillor for 14 years and I sat on a number of committees and a number of initiatives, and I don't object to the regeneration of Basing View. I believe that the leisure park needs to be improved. We all believe that the top of the town and the town centre needs to be improved, and we work together, collectively, positively, constructively, to make these things happen. And despite what Councillor Donnell says, we are not always negative, and we are usually positive. The difference between us is very simple. You don't share our values. Your values are put £1 million into buying houses for people who want to buy up to £250,000 house. Your values are we have a 40% policy on social housing. You don't deliver because you don't intend to deliver, and you never do deliver. Our policies are our values. When you refuse to realize that the agencies that provide support to the poorest and destitute and those who are in dire need, when you don't support those institutions, you are effectively saying, we don't care. The credit unions are very good value for money. Very good value for money. CAB, the best organization in town providing support to people. And what do? We have a huge budget, we have a large reserve, but we can't spend any money on them. We have to freeze their pay. We have £1 million a year every single year since 2000. That's £14 million put into the arts, mostly the anvil. At what point do we stop? At what point? Do we just say we'll give them a free blank check forever? That's nonsense. And by the way, if you're ever going to buy a ticket, they'll charge you £1 for buying it. Everything is cheap compared to London, Mr. Mayor, as you'll appreciate, including the houses. We believe the homeless and the poorer people, not the poorest, the poorer people are entitled to the support of this council as well as the better off. And we have no problem with the better off getting help. We have no problem with you supporting the better off. But it's not only the better off who need the support of this council, because we represent all the people of this council, of this borough. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Isaac.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to join Councillor Sanders in recommending these budget proposals to Council. They represent continuing careful management of this Council's finances and another year's balanced budgeting of the money we look after on behalf of our residents. This is being achieved in the face of the lowest bank rate for over 300 years, which impacts on the returns on the money we invest, and year-on-year reductions in the revenue support grant, £960,000 in 2014-15 and a further £978,000 projected for the year after, all a necessary part of the Conservative government's tackling of the financial crisis. I would like to join Councillor Sanders in congratulating the officer team responsible for ensuring that we remain in such good financial shape at Basingstoke and Dean. The Local Government Association recently recorded that we are the most financially resilient council in the country. Unlike many other councils, we are not paying out to service debts. The comments made in the recent peer group review by top councillors from across the country, Conservative, Labour, Liberal and Independent, are worth restating here, I think. I quote, "The current financial position of the council is healthy. Council tax has been frozen for the period 2007 to 2013, and as we know, it's going to be kept frozen for another 2 years, and the council has managed to deliver £7 million in ongoing savings in this period while achieving an excellent 92% resident satisfaction rating." They go on to say, all this enables a good basis for planning for the future and makes good use of assets to drive wealth creation in the borough. All this is important. It enables us, as the council leader says, to maintain services for residents when other councils are being forced to make deep cuts, and to have reserves immediately available so that we can provide emergency assistance to those of our residents hit by the ongoing flooding. The cost to date is some £300,000 taken from our emergency reserve of £1.5 million. We are putting our cash resources to good use. We're not sitting on them. We spend £181 per head of population on services, the highest in Hampshire and 9th highest of all English districts. 35% higher currently than Winchester and 66% higher than East Hants. Our capital programme for the current 4-year plan totals £27 million, including regeneration schemes, community, play area and sports facilities, and parking and access schemes, to name just a few. This administration has a clear vision of the borough's future, and there is much work to be done. We need to make our money work harder if we are to keep outperforming. Without this and further savings in our cost base, we will face deficits in 2016-17 onwards. That is why we're making proposed changes to our Treasury strategy, which can include the use of up to £25 million on alternative investments, i.e. housing, commercial property and renewable energy in the borough. We have a property portfolio valued at £227 million, which generates over £15 million every year in income for us, and which needs more active management. We're about to set out our plans for a new strategy aimed at enhancing the quality of and returns from our holdings and reinvesting in the borough. One of the challenges we face will be maintaining revenues while making new capital investments, which may not provide early returns. Here, the additional funds we receive from government in recognition of the new homes we are building, the new homes bonus, will be vital. I commend this budget to Council, which I believe proves once again that the borough's finances are in good, safe hands with this administration.
Thank you. Well, councillors, I have got 5 more speakers, which will take us to 8:30, with a long agenda ahead I intend to close after these 5. Thank you. Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually want to talk about the budget, and I want to talk about Basingstoke and Dean. And the question I'm really asking is, what do we want from a budget and a council plan? I mean, in my mind, it's clear leadership addressing the issues that people care about. It means the money gets focused on those things, and we channel our very significant resources of this council to achieve the kind of Basingstoke and Dean we want and need. We believe in the Labour Group, we have to be far more ambitious than merely minding the shop with reserve after reserve, or timid in responses to the major issues people care about. Yes, this place needs to be managed well. Yes, the money needs to be invested well. But it needs directing much better to deliver much better outcomes for the people of Basingstoke. Now, I appreciate that the Tory group are in a difficult place. There is disagreement in their ranks on some pretty major issues, not least the local plan. Now, I've never seen in this place, over the years I've been a councillor, such open disagreement, and on occasion hostility, and contradiction, even within the cabinet. The question of who is actually steering the ship comes to mind, because it's damaging confidence, tacking left in one knitting, only to be pulled right in the next. 1 minute, we must have economic growth, and the next, when presented with the evidence of what that means, there's a backtrack. The leader says one thing in front of a meeting of the LEP, and then he's contradicted only a few days later by another member of his cabinet. This uncertainty is damaging, and it's not enough simply to manage. We've got to lead. Talk to people. Listen. You'll hear about the issues they face that we need to address. There is a crisis of affordable housing, and we've got the power to do something about it. But we haven't even spent the Section 106 monies gained from McCarthy and Stone, specifically raised for delivering affordable homes for older people. We can't even spend money given to us from other people, from other agencies, let alone the money we have in this authority to invest. There is a crisis of debt, of living standards, of food and fuel poverty, which is real in Basingstoke, despite the leader's claims of wealth in this council. The green agenda is also growing weeds in this place, and we have got to link our environmental aspirations to people's real lives. It's the only way we're going to get change, is if we are real in how people actually live their lives and achieve real change, in particular in tackling fuel poverty, because it is the one issue that affects most people in Basingstoke in the context of needing to see a real agenda for change. Listen to people about public transport. It's become a huge issue. People trying to get to work, trying to get their kids to school, trying to get around the borough in the first place. The other thing that really matters is that we are seeing a divided town. In work, in pay, in housing, in access to help, in care for the elderly, even in life expectancy. We see a dangerous division growing, and the administration seems oblivious to it, or doesn't really care and is reluctant to do anything about it. So it has to be, in our opinion, Mr. Mayor, the overriding mission of this council, whatever the administration is, to reduce the inequality we see growing in Basingstoke. Years ago, I remember seeing a presentation by Stephen Sheedy, the then chair of the LSP. It was a graphic depiction of inequality and deprivation in our borough. Now that led to our agenda on this side of the chamber, in the joint administration of regeneration, renewal and investment. We directly, and I mean we, all of us on this side of the chamber, directly reduced the inequality we saw in our borough in the previous administration of the Tories. This budget and this council plan should reflect the investment we need from our supposedly wealthy council to deliver on the issues Laura has set out. But this isn't party political. And putting the jester's jibes and the bluster to one side, I can agree with most of what Gavin said in his speech, particularly the 2 middle paragraphs of substance. There is a much bigger and far more important mission for this council that this council plan and budget, I'm afraid, doesn't even scratch the surface of. That's why we need a fresh start. That is why we are wanting to see far better from a changed administration in this council.
Thank you. Councillor Sherrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's pleasing to hear so much tonight about the energy efficiency in this borough. But perhaps it's been focused in too much of the wrong direction. I don't dispute the fact that we need to do more to protect our interests longer term in terms of green energy and real efficiency. But I think we've kind of glossed over the absolute energy and efficiency that has driven this council forward. That's the energy and efficiency of our officer team who've done so much to save real cash and stop waste in this council and achieve a platform of savings that enabled this budget to be a budget of success we can all benefit from. I also want to commend our officer team who, with member support and leadership, have had the courage to explore and deliver alternative forms of delivery models, such as our shared service for waste, which we've heard about tonight. And let's be quite explicit. That's a combination of the energy of two council's officer teams working with one commercial company's efficiency to deliver a successful and publicly supported service. It's thus highly encouraging to hear a lot from across the floor tonight that have referred to, a number of member of colleagues, supporting cooperatives, social enterprises, mutual and employee-led organisations. Actually, it's been termed, though, in a way of a counter to the Commissioning Council as a philosophical argument. I'd actually like to understand then, in terms of driving forward savings and efficiency for the future, how do they think these organisations come into being unless they are commissioned? If member colleagues do wish to pursue such strategies, I look forward to them supporting our courageous staff as they explore and advance different delivery models. Models which take the direct control of services, be they cooperative, social enterprise or other popular means of delivery, through different legal entities, out of our direct control and into the freedoms and flexibilities operated by such delivery entities. However, I start to assume then that member colleagues, when they talk about such models, have really realised that they are inadvertently supporting commissioning. They are inadvertently supporting types of delivery that are not governed by public sector regulation, that they are indeed supporting a regulatory environment that is perhaps more commercial, that they are indeed starting to look at a different way of working for the future that enables us all to think about the best way of delivering something at the best value, not something that's philosophically held in the past. In looking at this budget, in looking at what it's trying to achieve going forward, I actually think we need to reflect on what we've achieved already. A lot that's been done through the leadership and courage of our officer teams to look at things differently. I don't want to lose that thought. I absolutely hope that the intent across the chamber is genuine and not purely philosophical, because if it is genuine, then I accept that at last you're starting to get the commissioning message. I support the intent this budget brings because we won't just make statements about it, philosophical or otherwise, on this side of the chamber. We will actually do something about it and deliver change. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak in this debate to Councillor West spoke, actually. I'd like to... speaking as a descendant from an immigrant, as most of us, I was quite insulted, actually. I mean, someone who goes back and remember the Rivers of Blood speech being got power. All the years since then, I fought against racism and in this game of numbers of immigration. I mean, when I was in hospital having an heart attack, I looked up, and it was all foreign staff. I didn't care. They were saving my life. I want people to come to Basingstoke. I don't want no restrictions. And this game that if we come out of Europe, everything's going to be great. I mean, it's not. You're going to get massive withdrawal, tariff walls, but, you know, and all this continuous scare stories about people being swamped. Where are we being swamped? I don't mind being swamped by doctors. I don't mind even go to a coffee shop. I don't mind being swamped by Polish serving me and making my coffee and pizza. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. I don't think the people of Basingstoke mind. They want the best to come to Basingstoke. But it's not this myth about housing is something to do with numbers. It's not. It's all of immigrants. It's all to do because we're not built houses. It's because I had a phone call today from constituents of mine. We had a baby, two of it in a bedsit, damp bedsit. They need a place. I mean, the reason they couldn't get a place because we haven't built any houses, and now we'll move on to this budget, and there's nothing in here about building council houses. because that's what we need. It's the only way we'll ever solve the housing crisis in Basingstoke, and it is a crisis, because it's a crisis in rents, and it's a crisis in house prices. And as now, as the so-called recovery starts, all it's built on the market house prices, which drives up rents. So there's nothing in there, so I'm not supportive. But there's just one other issue, which the £1 million we give to the Anvil Arts. No objection to that, really. It brings people to Basingstoke, and it's a good facility as such. But it's not being used for this amount, so I'd like to see that challenged. One way you could challenge it, well, please open up the A market, will you? The lounge there, it's empty. It's empty. Why is it empty? We've got the vision for Basingstoke. I raised this with the deputy leader last week at the vision for Basingstoke. If you're going to get that £1 million spent, spend it properly by developing the A market, opening up to people. Let's have a cafe at least. Let's get something for our money. So with that, I'll vote against the budget.
Thank you. Councillor Michel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too hadn't originally planned to speak in this debate, and I should immediately declare myself as an immigrant from Liverpool. That's somewhere north of Watford, for those of you not terribly familiar with the geography. I've listened with interest to the debate, and nothing I've heard has encouraged me to do other than support the budget, especially as no one seems to have suggested any alternative budget. It interests me that you can vote against a budget without one to vote for. Presumably the idea is not to have one. And there do appear to be people in the chamber who quite like the idea of not bothering with a budget, just let's spend money. And indeed there are members who appear to think that the only conceivable way of dealing with any problem that arises is to spend money on it. And against that we then hear interesting numbers that we appear to be 9th in the country in terms of the amount we spend on resident services per resident, and yet we're 6th in the country in having the lowest council tax. So we seem to be spending quite a lot of money. But Mr. Mayor, the real reason that I rose, it had occurred to me during the debate, and some will very much welcome this, that this would probably be my very last appearance before you as a member of the council. So my purpose in standing is really just to say thank you very much and goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Michel. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's still a little bit before breakfast time, but if it was breakfast time and I was eating my cornflakes, I'd have choked at some of the remarks that I heard from the administration this evening. I heard a reference actually to a first step on economic development, and it did occur to me that 10 years into your administration was just a little bit late to be making a first step on such an important issue. We'll check the webcast. We also heard reference to the leisure park, and you know, one of the reasons why I will be voting against.
Councillors, please keep it down.
One of the reasons I'll be voting against this budget is because I would actually like to see the administration actually listen a little more. And I think recent events, for example, you know, the terrible impact of flooding, and actually some of the measures that the council is proposing to ameliorate that flooding, and the need, as it appears, to use Saunders Field to ameliorate that flooding is a specific example of where the administration actually ought to listen a bit more, and they ought not actually to proceed in the way that they have been as far as that particular site is concerned. I listened also to what Councillor West said, and I was shocked, I think, actually, is the truth of it, because I think if you look round the chamber here, you know, people like myself, I was not born in in Basingstoke. I think listening to Councillor Donnell's dulcet tones that he was not born and raised in Brook Vale, but somewhere a little bit more distant. And the reality is that if you look at Basingstoke as a town, a significant element of what Basingstoke is as a place, what makes Basingstoke as a town the way it is, are the successive waves of people that have moved into Basingstoke, you know, from outside and often well outside the area. And for Councillor West, you know, to refer in a derogatory way about overspill, you know, when many of the people, you know, who are in this chamber and living in the borough, you know, their parents, you know, were that overspill from London. They were a generation that wanted to escape from poor housing, poverty, deprivation, and they made a new life. And they actually made a new town and a more prosperous area and an improved quality of life, not just for them, but for other members of their own community and their sons and daughters. And it is actually the inconvenient truth for UKIP is actually that the debate about housing and about housing numbers is not actually a debate about European immigration. It's actually a debate about the needs of the borough's residents, the needs of young people sofa surfing, young people unable to get their feet on the housing ladder, young people living in the borough inadequately housed. It's also about older people and people's desire to have their own homes, you know, people escaping difficult personal circumstances, coping with the stress and difficulty of relationship breakdown and divorce, and the implications of all of that, including increased age and an aging population. All of that is the issue behind this housing number, and those are the issues and needs of the borough, and to pretend otherwise is to betray the people of the borough.
Thank you. Yes, you've been named.
Mr. Mayor, I never, even by implication, made any derogatory remarks against the people from immigrant backgrounds who currently live in this borough, who contribute to our society and who increase the wealth and vibrancy of this borough and our nation. I wasn't talking retrospectively. I was talking about the fact, the future policy, and the fact that the country is now full. Let me please indulge me for 20 seconds. Mr. Mayor, you can always tell when the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats are desperate, when they resort to playing the man and not the ball.
That's enough, Councillor West. Please sit down. Councillor Sanders, would you please sum up briefly?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will. I know this is a budget debate, but I just want to correct a couple of things which have been said earlier on. Firstly, several comments were made about the credit union. I happen to know about the credit union because I spent days and weeks in meetings with them trying to persuade them to come to Basingstoke not so long ago. At the end of the day, it wasn't us that got in the way of that happening. It was them who said that they couldn't manage to do it. It was outside the scope of their ability to do it, and that's why it fell by the wayside. But we've made it very clear to them that the door is still open, and if they want to make an approach, we will listen to them. Secondly, I think it is important that we just don't cause worry to people who are investing here in our shops and our businesses here. Actually, the vacancy rate for shops in this borough, and particularly in the town centre, is almost half that it is in the rest of the country, which is substantially lower, and that is a very good reason to attract people into the town, not frighten them off by telling them that we have a desolate shopping area for them to come to. The third point I want to correct is, and for those who might be worried about it, residents that is, we are not using Saundersfield to evacuate any of the water from Worthing or from Buckskin. It is not part of the scheme. It was thought about at one stage and it was discounted. And neither are there plans to do anything with Saunders Field that would not enable it to carry on handling the amount of water that passes through it normally. The reason it is still included in the leisure park scheme as a whole is precisely so that we can manage that process rather than turning it into something which might make it more difficult to develop the leisure park in the future. But there's never been any intention to build vast edifices on it. It's always about detail, budgets, and it's about money. And it's about how you manage that money. And all I've heard tonight from people is saying, actually, it would be far better if we went out and got a contract for the shuttle bus that was more expensive. We pay more for our money so that we can show Stagecoach who cares. Is that what our taxpayers want us to do? To spend their money on showing Stagecoach a lesson? I don't think so. I've heard things about we must go out and build council houses. Building council houses, actually, nice as it might be to think we could actually develop a whole scheme and have it up ready within about sort of 6 months to deal with it, doesn't work. It couldn't work. The scheme that we've put forward tonight will enable houses to come into affordable ownership in a very short space of time. That's using money effectively to deal with an immediate problem. What worries me most of all is that the way that the money is being spread around willy-nilly is exactly the kind of management of finances that we saw during 11 years and that resulted in the millions of savings that we've now made that were previously being squandered. Is that what taxpayers want? I don't think they do. Finally, let me just mention Tadley, because I believe it is necessary to mention Tadley. If Councillor West would like to come to Cabinet in due course, I'm sure he might be interested in the results of the submissions for the youth centre in Tadley.
Say yes now.
I'm afraid we have democratic processes to go through. I can't possibly do a thing like that. So in conclusion, Mr. Mayor, I'm just left wondering, when you listen to some of the words that have been said tonight, what part of lower bills, more jobs and better facilities do people not want? It would seem that actually what they want is higher bills, less jobs and worse facilities. And by not voting for this budget, that's exactly what they may well get.
Thank you. Now we're going to take the vote. Chief Executive.
Mr. Mayor, I assume you will take that as Councillor Keating's one and only opportunity this evening. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, as was said earlier, we have to have a recorded vote on the budget. So it's for, against or abstain. Councillor Mrs Baker? Councillor Barnes? Councillor Miss Bean? Councillor Bierman? Councillor Bound? Councillor Mrs Burgess? Councillor Miss Cherrett? Councillor Mrs Court? Councillor Cousins? Councillor Day? Councillor Donnell? Councillor Dunlop? Councillor Miss Eachus? Councillor Finney? Councillor Mrs Frankham? Councillor Frankham? Councillor Gardner? Councillor Gosden? Councillor Golding? Councillor Gurdon? Councillor Harvey? Councillor Hood? Councillor Hussey? Councillor Isaac? Councillor Mus James? Councillor James? Councillor Joe Wardner? Councillor Jones? Councillor Keating? Councillor Leek? Councillor Leeks? Councillor Marks? Councillor Miller? Councillor Mitchell? Councillor Musson? Councillor Mrs Ostleton? Councillor Parker? Councillor Peach? Councillor Potter? Councillor Putty? Councillor Regan? Councillor Mrs Reid? Councillor Round? Councillor Raffel? Councillor Sanders? Councillor Shaw? Councillor Mrs Still? Councillor Mrs Taylor? Councillor Taylor? Councillor Tilbury? Councillor Tomlin? Councillor Mrs Tucker? Councillor Ms Washburn. Councillor Gary Watts. Councillor Keith Watts. Councillor West. Councillor Mrs Wardridge. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. For 29, against 26 and 2 abstentions. So the budget is carried, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Chief Executive. That's clearly carried.
Yes, Mr Mayor, that's it.
Yes.
Treasury Management Council.
Now we come to the next item, which is a Treasury Management Strategy Report. Councillors, please. Councillor.
Mr Mayor, may I just make a declaration of interest? I'm not sure it's necessary, but just for the record, I have a non-pecuniary interest in relation to this paper.
Thank you. Councillor Isaac.
Sorry,
Yeah.
we're declaring interest. My daughter-in-law works for KPMG, who advise on this matter, but she works in Frankfurt and is somewhat distant.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Isaac.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report sets out the framework and limits for delivery of our proposed future investment strategy. It follows a lengthy, in-depth review of the options by officers, taking account of advice from our professional advisors, Arling Close and KPMG. It is important, as a council, we have between £145 million and £154 million invested at any one time in the money markets, which generate annual returns equivalent to over 50% of our council tax. In order to maintain these returns, we need to find ways of generating at least £3.8 million per annum on average in the years ahead. This report sets out how we plan to do that while leaving flexibility to respond to money market changes. It has the support of ARGA, and I recommend its approval to full council.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Is that agreed?
Yeah.
Is that agreed?
Is that agreed? Oh.
He wishes to speak. Right,
Yep.
speak.
Oh. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I am a member of the AGA committee, and I voted against this proposal. And I will tell you very briefly why. Up until now, we've had an internal group of officers who have invested our money in accordance with the criteria we gave them, I hasten to add, and it did not incur substantial costs to us. This new criteria given to this new group of people who are going to invest our money in future, external, the new criteria includes they are allowed to take greater risk in order to look for higher returns. Greater risk, higher returns. Maybe. They are also allowed and will charge higher fees. But when I asked what fees, how much, what's the size of the cost, I got no answer. Now, I know, as well as you do, that interest rates have been fixed by the government and remained the same for at least the last 5 years. I also believe that the government recognises that when unemployment falls below 7%, that they are likely to allow an increase in actual interest rates. So the point of time where we now say to external investment people, we'll give you more money, go for higher risk because we want more return on our capital, it is likely to be the same kind of return on capital that higher interest rates generally will give us. So we're taking a greater punt with our £145 million than we need to. I, however, was one of a few in Arga who took this view, and I express it here openly and willingly, and I believe that you will likely support the paper, but I believe in time we will live to regret it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sherritt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you'll indulge me for a second, I don't want to speak about what's in the Treasury Management Strategy, but what's not in it. By this, I refer to the persistent omission in consensus and the view of the ARG committee that we consider inclusion of a statement of principle, not policy, that the Council will consider matters of ethical concern when dealing with its business interests. The matter of a statement of ethical principle has been raised, rejected, raised, refuted, raised and considered just too difficult to deal with by this Council since at least 2001. It's been consistently raised by member colleagues of ARGA in the past 12 to 18 months as we've undertaken the detailed deliberation of the Treasury Management Strategy before us tonight. Yet again, and in spite of committee consensus asking that the issue of a statement of ethical principle, not policy, be included, I find that it has been edited out on the grounds that it is just too difficult, impractical, and nigh on impossible to enforce. If we don't do and say things committing us to consider ethical practices, Mr. Mayor, simply because they are too difficult, then I'm at a loss to know why we're actually at this chamber tonight. Might I remind us all that at the start of each full council, indeed as we did tonight, we take time to reflect and pray that we will all act with courtesy, respect and good conduct towards each other in debate. For you, Mr. Mayor, you must consider enforcing such within the heat of political debate is both difficult, impractical and nigh on impossible to achieve. Nonetheless, it does not stop us having the reflection and prayer, nor indeed seeking to uphold the ethical and courteous conduct as a matter of principle. I'm not standing here tonight in front of any of you suggesting that I am any better than any of us at doing this. I don't consider myself any ethical compass. But I am challenging us all to consider, as we look at this strategy, 1, whether we want a statement of ethical principle, 2, whether that should be a statement of principle or policy. I accept policy is difficult to enforce, particularly in relation to investments. 3, whether or not it should relate to our investments and financial matters, or indeed, as a 4th consideration, whether we should consider its wider determination and application to all of our transactions, for example, commissioning practices, procurement practices, grant funding, and so on. I'm going to support this paper tonight because we've put it through lengthy debate and deliberation. However, I cannot pass up the opportunity in considering the paper to ask you all to think about this particular issue of ethical principle as a statement. This issue will not go away. It has not gone away since 2001. It will keep coming back, be it through committee or through this chamber. I don't want to think that we would miss the chance to take an opportunity to ask for its inclusion, or at least consideration tonight, as part of a wider ethical concern for this council. If we start there, at least as a statement of ethical principle, not only may it yield fruit in our wider dealings with all transactions by this council, heaven forbid it might actually start to impact on our wider dealings with each other as member colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is possibly one of the rare occasions when as a councillor, you rather wish that you'd been named. inasmuch that I'd like to, rather boastfully I suppose, claim responsibility for spearheading this push at Arga to at least have included in this local authority's investment objectives the principle of not knowingly allow this council's funds to be invested in territories or economies where there are known human rights issues. It should be a basis and a fundamental, and I can't really see how any of my colleagues in this chamber across the sides would disagree with that. And so I do thank Councillor Sherritt, and I will name Councillor, for, as it seems to me, to be answering my question to the Council later on rather early. Because my efforts appear to have been frustrated, Mr. Mayor, and I don't want to go further than that, in its realisation, I don't understand. It's a decision for members to make in this particular principled issue. I can't believe that if the residents were asked where would they like to have their money invested, then I don't think they would agree for it to be invested in any of these areas of non-ethical investment. I fully appreciate the complication issue with regard to where the money finally ends up from the hands to whom we put the responsibility to. And this comes down to the issue raised by my colleague Councillor Keating in regard to the new funds. These are going to be managed funds, and the excuse is going to be, well, it's difficult to determine where the money finally ends up. We should accept the challenge and make the effort to try to ensure that it doesn't. And for the very purpose that this particular strategy doesn't include those wordings, I cannot support it tonight.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bierman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can honestly say that the words spoken by Councillor Cherritt are some of the most heartening contributions to debate I've ever heard in the chamber, and I'd like to thank her for it, and I wish to wholeheartedly endorse what she has said. As recently as last night, I sort of entered into this territory, and I think I was given advice that was along the lines that Councillor Cherritt has experienced in the past. And yet it's clear that the topic isn't an easy one. I'd like to think that Councillor Parker's right, that everybody would say, yeah, that's the way to do it. I fear that that wouldn't necessarily be the case, because I think a lot of people would say, no, it's up to you to raise as much money as you can and keep our council tax down, sadly. So I'm not sure that we would necessarily have massive support, but I don't care. I think sometimes, whether you've got the support or not, you've got to step out of line and say, this is important. Now, I must admit, I have a dilemma in whether the Sherritt or the Parker approach is right at this moment, and so I'll listen to some further contributions, but I hope that the words of Councillor Sherritt won't be lost in the ongoing debate on this topic. And once again, thank you very much, but also to Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor John Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I recall Councillor Parker suggesting at one ARGA meeting that we should withdraw our money from the China Overseas Bank because of China's human rights record. And he proposed that we should put it in the cooperative bank. Well, we all know what happened to that. Officers have done a fantastic job over the past few years in managing our surplus funds. But interest rates remain low, and the income we have received from our surplus cash has declined. We need to maximize our returns to fund all the many services that members would like to see. We've heard many suggestions tonight, so we need to maximize our income. To achieve higher returns, we need to take marginally higher risks. and this requires specialist skills. The fees we will pay will be highly competitive. It is a very competitive market. I know you all boo and jeer when we mention investment bankers and others in the city, but they do work on very small margins. It's just that the volumes are also great. Arga has considered the proposed outsourcing of the investment management of our funds, and we have received a great deal of advice. I do admit some of it came from KPMG, but I assure you that doesn't influence my decision. It wouldn't have mattered where it had come from as long as it was genuine advice. So I fully support this proposal because I believe we need to maximize our income, and this is the way to do it. I hope you all support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey. That's the last speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sitting through those ARGA meetings, discussing this and looking at the detail that was gone through with some considerable debate. And, you know, Councillor Isaac was there in those meetings. I think, you know, the issue of risk is something we need to be aware of. Yeah, this is the people's money that we're investing here, and we do need to be aware of that. But when we come on to what Councillor Cherritt has said, I think, you know, incredibly eloquently expressed the view and the debate that we had around the chamber, initiated by Councillor Parker. And it reminded me, just sat here with my colleagues, saying, you know, 10 years ago in Cabinet, we sat around the table, and Councillor Parker was in the same debate about having, and others around the table on this side who were in the Cabinet at the time, the idea of having ethical investments and how you achieve that and the legalities of that. It isn't easy. Nobody underestimates how difficult, you know, it's going to be a tough job to achieve something that works, but it's the right thing to do. And because it's the right thing to do, and because of the nature of the investments we're talking about, we should do it. And I do appreciate what Councillor Beerman says in terms of the people of Basingstoke, but I've got an awful lot of faith that actually the people of Basingstoke would want us to invest, and Basingstoke and Dean would want us to invest our monies ethically. I do think that is something that people would support. There are many things that go on in this world where we do not want to see Basingstoke's money wind up. I don't believe it would do in the context of where we're going. But that doesn't stop us having an ethical policy that gives us the guarantees that we want. So we should do it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Isaac, would you sum it briefly, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We focused on this ethical issue. But first of all, can I just breathe some accuracy into the comments made by Councillor Keating? It's important when you're investing such huge sums of money, £150 million, that one doesn't place all the burden on officers. We need it. We need expert advice from the outside. As far as their fees are concerned, they competitively tendered for this, and they're capped. I'm quite happy to provide you with the figures. I won't do it tonight because I haven't got them at my fingertips. Yeah, well, fine, Councillor Keating, no problem with that. But as Councillor Leake said, we've kept those fees well held down. We're not betting the whole house. We're not increasing the risks on all of the money we've got invested. We're investing 30 million out of 150 in diversified credit funds, where we are, in doing so, taking more interest risk. We're taking less interest risk and more capital risk. The vast bulk of our investments will remain in government stock, and that's the intention. And as I said in my opening remarks, we're going to retain flexibility, so we can, if interest rates change, then we will move accordingly. On the question of ethical investment, I always listen to anything that Councillor Cherritt says very carefully. But I think ethical investment reminds me a bit about deciding that one wants to lead a personally virtuous life. I try constantly, but fail. And I think this could be the problem here. Can I sort of remind you of the poor and unfortunate circumstances that the Archbishop of Canterbury found himself in recently? He decided to campaign to drive the payday loan firm Wonga out of business. only to discover that the church itself had invested indirectly in the company via a US venture capital firm. He said, if you exclude any contact with anything that directly or indirectly at any point gets you anywhere bad, you can't do anything at all. And that's from the Archbishop of Canterbury. Well, you know, the Church's Ethical Investment Advisory Group recommends against investment in companies that make more than 25% from morally questionable industries such as gambling, alcohol, and high interest rate lending. 25%, and they're still investing in them. I think actually in practice, from our point of view, it's not that much of an issue because a lot of what we invest in is government stock and local authority bonds. So it's not much of an issue. I think that it's worth trying, but perhaps...
Councillor Isaac, would you wind up, please?
If we could pick up on the point that Councillor Sherritt made about not knowingly investing unethically, that might be a sort of starting point for this. Because otherwise, for somebody who might be carrying the can for the wrong investments, I'm very nervous about taking it as far as some of us would like to. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes? Okay. Chief Executive.
Yes, thank you. We know the drill, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mrs. Baker, Councillor Barnes, Councillor Miss Bean, Councillor Bierman, Councillor Bound, Councillor Miss Burgess, Councillor Miss Sherritt, Councillor Mrs. Court, Councillor Cousins, Councillor Day, Councillor Donnell, Councillor Dunlop, Councillor Miss Eachus, Councillor Finney, Councillor Mrs. Frankham, Councillor Frankham, Councillor Gardner, Councillor Godsden, Councillor Golding, Councillor Gurdon, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hood, Councillor Hussey, Councillor Isaac, Councillor Ms James, Councillor James, Councillor J Wardner, Councillor Jones, Councillor Keating, Councillor Leake, Councillor Leeks, Councillor Marks, Councillor Miller, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Musson, Councillor Mrs Ossleton, Councillor Parker, Councillor Peach, Councillor Potter, Councillor Putty, abstain, Councillor Regan, Councillor Mrs Reid, Councillor Round, Councillor Raffel, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Shaw, Councillor Mrs Still, Councillor Mrs Taylor, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Tilbury, Councillor Tomlin, Councillor Mrs Tucker, Councillor Ms Washbourne, Councillor Gary Watts, Councillor Keith Watts, Councillor West, Councillor Mrs Waldridge. Thank you. Oh, sorry. 29, 11, 17. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors.
I thought for the first time ever I was going to say the abstains have it, but I can't, Mr. Mayor. It's 29 for, 11 against, and 17 abstentions.
That's clearly carried. Now we come on item 9, number in brackets 3, and this is money down governance report, and I move this paper. Councillor Jayawardena.
Mr. Mayor, further to you moving the paper, I wonder if I might be able to make a few comments and then make an amendment or propose an amendment to the Chamber. First,
Points made.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor. It needs to be seconded, and because it hasn't been seconded, I would like to offer a seconder. Thank you.
thank you, Councillor Keating. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I think it's really good that this paper has been brought forward to demonstrate that the Manydown development proposals are being taken forward, and that we as administration are keen to get a quality development of the right homes in the right places built. But at the same time, I think it's important to look at the governance of this in the round with all of the governance of the council. I welcome the proposals as are stated in 2.1 to ensure that the portfolio holder can liaise more closely and more quickly with his counterpart at Hampshire County Council, non-decision making, but ensuring that we as two authorities are working together. However, it's clear that the Constitutional Working Party has made a lot more progress than perhaps was expected in such a short space of time. And to that end, it seems to me that we're perhaps jumping the gun a little by creating a new committee here when potentially in the March meeting we will be looking at all of the committees of this council. EPP already provides some overview and scrutiny function alongside its other responsibilities in engaging with a cross-party group of members, as does the Manydown map. And for the time being, I propose that that remains the case. To that end, I'd move that we hold over the following items to the next meeting, next meeting of the full council, that being on bullet 2, the text, but with prior consultation with the Manydown Ofcom. And the reason for that being that I also propose that bullet 4 in its entirety is held over, thereby not creating Manydown Ofcom at this moment, so that it can be considered as part of the wider governance review that's being undertaken by members and officers at this local authority. Therefore, it follows that if my amendment is successful, that 2.2 is not required, nor is 2.3, because that's in relation to such a committee being formed.
Would you like to go through them again, please?
Mr. Mayor, of course. So bullet 2 in 2.1, to remove the text, but with prior consultation with the Manydown Ofcom. Bullet 4 in 2.1, to remove that bullet in its entirety. And for paragraphs 2.2 and 2.3 to be removed as well, because of course they only sit with the fourth bullet.
Thank you, Councillor Golding.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I support the amendment that's just been proposed. There is, Mr. Mayor, absolutely no doubt that the future development of Manydown should be discussed in public by a committee with politically balanced membership. But we already have EPP doing that. And they're due to discuss Manydown again on the 19th of March, something that many of us have been looking forward to for a long time. If we go together ahead tonight to set up a new committee, will the EPP item be withdrawn, or will we have two Ofcoms discussing the same thing? The report to Council does not, to my mind, make a convincing case for having a bespoke committee, nor does it explain when we need to decide now when discussions on wider changes to the committee structure are nearing a conclusion. So far as I'm aware, the proposals set out in this report have not been subject to any public democratic discussion. We should defer a decision to the next council meeting and give ourselves time to think them through. In particular, Mr. Mayor, we need to look again at some of the terms of reference, because I'm not convinced that they're entirely fit for purpose. Firstly, it is proposed that the committee should meet both formally, in public, as an Ofcom, and informally, in private, as a MAP. Now, we have a very clear rule on when Ofcoms should go into private session. Giving this Ofcom greater discretion to decide to meet in secret when it feels like it seems to me a very unwise move. It will merely confuse the public and generate suspicion that things are being done behind their back which they know not about. Secondly, Mr. Mayor, it's worth remembering that when officers first recommended to the Old Policy Committee in 1995 that we should purchase Manydown, the first reason they gave was that ownership would enable the council to control any adverse impact on existing residents. Achieving a financial gain came at the end of quite a long list of reasons for purchasing Manydown. Yet tonight we've been told that development of Manydown is all about cashing in. It's about how to manage the project for the best return. Mr. Mayor, with respect, the money is important. The terms of reference themselves are also all about the money. It's economic, it's financial, that's the focus. Mr. Mayor, the money is important, the houses are important, but the residents are important. And we need terms of reference that provide a proper balance between all three. There is also, and thirdly, Mr. Mayor, whilst it would clearly be a nonsense to have a committee discussing something as important as Manydown to the whole borough that had a majority of councillors from local wards, this proposal terms of reference go too far and provide no protection for local ward members. Normally, if we were doing something that affected a particular ward, we would give some preference to members from that ward. So again, I think we need to look at the terms of reference. So, Mr. Mayor, I support the amendment. We should put this off for a month, this as part of the proposal, and we should look at it properly in the light of the wider proposed changes to the committee structure. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I raise a point of order? Under the Constitution, it's very clear that amendments should not negate the purpose of the motion. The purpose of the motion is to establish a Manydown Governance Committee. It's very clear. The amendment seeks to undo that. Therefore, it seeks to negate the actual report and the recommendation in front of us.
Councillor Jayawardena.
To my knowledge and understanding, to ask to defer an item or part thereof is not negating the action that's being called for in a paper. Therefore, I do not believe that that is a correct interpretation of the Constitution.
With respect, Mr. Mayor, you have a tabled motion. You moved the motion as it stands on the paper. Therefore, it is the substantive. The substantive is to establish a Manydown committee. That is the recommendation you have moved and was seconded. It was then sought to be amended. The amendment moved seeks to negate your motion. Therefore, it goes contrary to what the Constitution says an amendment can achieve. It doesn't simply amend it, it seeks to negate it.
Thank you.
I would like
This has really created a little bit of a difficulty for us here. So I would really suspend the chamber for 5 minutes. So,
just have a comfort break now.
so if you would like to have your comfort break now, and we'll be back again. Thank you. Please be seated. Can I call on Chief Executive to assist?
Mr. Mayor, assist or not. Mr. Mayor, firstly, could I just refer members to the relevant footnote to the Constitution, which says that where possible, significant motions or amendments should be given in writing to the head of Legal and Democratic Services in advance of the full council meeting concerned. Mr. Mayor, I have to say that that is there to avoid these sort of situations, because if amendments are made known in advance, it enables other members to raise questions and queries on, if you like, the validity of that amendment, so that we wouldn't have to have the adjournment and we wouldn't have to try and give you advice at very short notice. Mr. Mayor, having thought about this and done an analysis of the amendments, I'm drawn to an on-balance conclusion, but I have to say, Mr. Mayor, it's ultimately for you to decide, that although partially the amendment does have the effect, or has the partial effect, of negating the motion, that's 12A, it does also partially remain relevant to the motion and meet the criteria of 12B in terms of leaving words out and, in effect, from what's been said, referring the matter rather than back, essentially forward to the next council meeting. So, Mr. Mayor, and I have to say this is very much on balance, my conclusion would be, although ultimately it's for you, that you're in a position where you could allow the amendment to continue to be debated, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Yes, on balance, the amendment has been moved and it is already being and seconded, and it is being debated. I allow that amendment to be debated, and then I'll be not point of order. No. So we will continue debating the amendments.
Councillor Potter.
Councillor Potter. Point of order.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Mayor, a point of order. I was seeking your guidance on how then the 6-month rule would apply to this matter, please.
I'll ask Chief Executive to answer this.
Mr. Mayor, the question's been raised about a decision of the council should remain in place for 6 months. There is a caveat to that in the Constitution, which I'll find in a minute. But essentially, there is a provision in the Constitution for that to be set aside if a motion has been signed by 15 members of the council in the intervening period and then submitted. So it would be the case that if a decision was taken tonight with 15 members of the council supporting a request for council to reconsider the decision, that could happen. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bierman, is that a point of order?
Yes, please. Though I don't support the direction you've gone, but that's obviously your choice. I don't think it matters, the 6-month rule in this instance, surely, because the motion is purely to say to delay it. So we will reconsider it if the motion is accepted and won. Then we're coming back to it. So the 6-month rule won't need to come in, as I see it.
Councillor Raphael.
Mr. Mayor, I would agree with that.
Councillor Raphael.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question under 3.14, point of order, under 3.1411D, to proceed to the next business? It's as per Councillor Keith Watts at the last meeting. I'm asking a question on the point of order. Should I raise that and seek that? Is there anything that's occurring within the next month affecting this resolution that would be adverse? Because as I understand it, should that be the will of this meeting to proceed to the next business, then this can come back without any problems at the next full council meeting.
It's not the will of the Labour group.
Thank you, Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, sorry.
But I'm not very good with the equipment. Can I say I was named?
No. You haven't been named.
Can I say I was named? I heard the word Watts come
No,
across the chamber from there.
Please
I know
sit
there's
down.
two of us with that name, but perhaps Gary would like to go first.
Please sit down. Yeah.
Well, I think I might help you, Chairman. I'll raise a point of order then in that case. I agree with your ruling on this, but the proceed to next business doesn't apply because there has to have been a sufficient debate before that can be moved.
Chief Executive.
Mr. Mayor, my view on that, I think the Constitution is explicit that it is when a motion is under debate that no other motion shall be moved except to proceed to the next business. Technically, we don't have a motion under debate, we have an amendment under debate. And my view would be until such time as the amendment has been debated and voted upon, that subsection D cannot be applied. So in other words, one would proceed with the debate on the amendment, which would be won or lost. At that point, we return to a substantive motion, which is either originally, as in the report, if the amendment is lost, or amended by the amendment to become a substantive motion. And at that point, then, Councillor Fell, if you so wished, you could then move that.
Thank you. Right, so
So
we'll
I think
continue.
Did Councillor Golding finish?
Yes,
Therefore, it's Councillor Potter.
Councillor Potter, on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak against the amendment and in favour of the original recommendations plural that we have before us. Before I do that, though, I mean, could I just say publicly to colleagues opposite and near to me, perhaps, I mean, if we are going to resort in future to this continuing use of standing orders in terms of moving next business, I fear this council will be brought into disrepute. This could quite clearly get out of hand. And I think it devalues the contribution that most of the members in this council chamber want to make on serious debate. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, you've been putting this position tonight, really, in regard to this report that's before us. I'm genuinely confused that the Tory group adopt the position that they are tonight in this respect. My understanding is that this arises from substantial discussions between group leaders, together with the leader of the council, together with the chief executive, resulting in this report, which I find to be a very clear, comprehensive report, making very clear recommendations which we could all understand. And it seems to me it's probably only the timing of the creation of the Ofcom that is causing concern. And my guess in this regard, quite frankly, especially listening to Councillor Golding, is that all the Tories are worried about is having this Ofcom meet before the election in May. And that's what it comes down to, really. The sooner we get on, as we all say we are committed to, open, transparent discussions involving the general public over the future of Manidan and its development, the better. And okay, I'm a member of the MAP, and there are others in the room, obviously, who share that responsibility. But that is no substitute for a proper Ofcom, with proper terms of reference, proper public participation in the way that Ofcoms go about their business. And it seems to me that what we ought to be doing, and I don't know what the Tories are concerned about, quite frankly. You're going to chair this Ofcom. I guess you've got one or two people in mind for that already. Perhaps that's the problem, by the way. But certainly, we would actually want to take part in that in a very constructive manner. We've all said, and I think we've said it tonight in a number of ways by a number of people, that we all anticipate high quality, exemplary development at Manidan. Interestingly, probably in numbers which are beyond what we anticipated originally. I see there's a report going to P&I next week that actually ups the numbers from just over 3,000 to 3,400 and accelerates the timescale. perhaps thereby hangs a tale as well. I can only imagine that the leader and the leader of the Conservative group haven't made adequate reports to their groups as we've gone along this process. Otherwise, they wouldn't be surprised by this report that's before us tonight. They wouldn't be seeking to amend it in the way that they are. And quite frankly, I'm looking for support on this side of the chamber tonight. I hope that this report can go through as it's given on the agenda paper, and the recommendations will all be approved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
I'd just like to move suspension of standing orders so that we can continue beyond 9:30.
Is that agreed? Yeah. Councillor Bierman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our Achilles heel is still with us, isn't it? And this is despite the peer group review. If there were goodwill to try and move this thing forward, we wouldn't have this amendment to this motion. I have the benefit or the disbenefit, whichever way one looks at it, being in attendance at the group leaders meetings and on the Constitutional Working Party. The group leaders kicked this around for weeks and weeks with a view to trying to find a way for non-administration members to be able to participate in the debate on the future of Manydown. Anybody who wishes to doubt the sense of that need only look at the history of this whole topic and why it is necessary to have people other than the administration party engaged as closely as possible. I can assure those who didn't participate in those debates that those who would have liked greater cross-party participation were frustrated that the regulations and indeed law as presented by the Chief Executive and in this report didn't really allow what was being sought by those who were not party to the original decisions. And what is before us tonight was a compromise and reluctantly accepted by those who would have liked to have seen this go much further than it has. If we really are believing in having a sound progress on this topic, to delay in this way isn't going to help, because the sooner this body gets to work, the better. It was said that the Constitutional Working Party is making good progress. Well, that will be coming as a surprise to all on the Constitution Working Party, perhaps except the one particular person who is the leader, but otherwise I think the feeling is that it's jolly hard work. We need to have something in place that has democratic and public support, because believe me, the public are looking at what we're doing. I look upon this amendment as a wrecking amendment, and yes, there were some points raised about how one might engage ward members and all the rest of it. This is published in our agenda that came out quite some time ago, and quite aside from what the Chief Executive said about the standing orders, there's an opportunity to put a reasoned amendment in saying we don't like this aspect of the proposals, change it, or even putting in counter proposals in a constructive fashion. But this doesn't, this just wrecks it. And I would just say in passing, the need, because there are issues of confidentiality on land values possibly and things like that, there will be a need to meet in private from time to time, but our processes allow for that, because that happens on any committee and every committee. So the fact that that is there doesn't trouble me, but at least it's a much more open process than the map that we have at present, and it's much better opportunity for both members and the public to engage. And I think if we throw this out tonight, that will be disgraceful, and it will also interfere with the process that we are supposed to be improving now with the guidance from the peer review.
Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I knew this was coming. I had some phone calls from the other side to say it was coming. I was told that they couldn't get support for this. Not that they couldn't get support for an overview, but they just actually couldn't get support for this. There's absolutely war going on the other side in relation to Manydown, and we saw that tonight with some of the contributions. Clearly, They don't want this overview. Can I just remind members, and maybe your leader doesn't tell you about this, or your that's your group leader or the leader of the council who sit on the leaders' meetings. And I've got the minutes, and I'm very happy to share that. Even though they're confidential, I'm going to share that with you, and my emails I'm going to share with you, that responds in relation to this issue. And this goes right back. This goes right back to October of last year. October the 8th it goes back, where there was the opposition clearly wanted something different. We wanted an executive function. We worked hard, but there was a compromise by the opposition that we wanted something quite different. And we compromised. The chief executive has done a lot of work. He's worked with county in relation to this issue. County are aware of this. What message does this send out to our partners? What message does this send out to the overview, to the Manydown company? What message does this send out to the people in Winklebury or in Oakley? What are they going to say about this? I know what this is about. This is because of the decisions that are coming up next week at P&I about the increase in the number of houses on Manydown and about bringing the site forward. It's also about that once we actually look to March, we're not going to have an overview because of PERDA. This isn't going to be discussed. This is about closing things down. As Martin said, this is a wrecking motion, and this is an absolute disgrace. We need to show, and the High Court has said that we need to show, a commitment to Manydown. There isn't a commitment from the administration. They're in absolute disarray over this. We need to be committed to Manydown. I also want to refer, as Martin has said, to the peer review. We've sat in meeting after meeting as a group leader, and not once has it been said from the Conservative group that this is their view. Do you not discuss these things? This was on the agenda in October the 8th. I go back to my group. I talk to my group. I get support from my group. I never say that I will support something until it's endorsed by my group. Why is it suddenly in the end of February that we're actually in this position? This is absolutely disgraceful. We were told that we should be working together, and to overturn this at this point, I think this is no, it's appalling, absolutely appalling. And I will be raising it with the peers when they come in to talk to us. In fact, I will be asking the peers to come in and talk to us about this, because this demonstrates exactly what we've been saying about this administration. It is appalling.
Thank you. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To call this a wrecking amendment is to be gentle with it. The reality is we have two members of the cabinet who sat on the Constitutional Working Party with me and my colleagues, with Martin and his friends. And the reality is we agreed all this. We knew it was going to happen. We knew it was going to be on the order paper, and we agreed that this particular decision would be on the order paper and it would be endorsed. The other two members of the cabinet, of course, have their hands and fingerprints all over the issue of Manydown and not having it done properly. The reality, Chair, is if you sit in a meeting room day after day, meeting after meeting, and you agree things, as the leader of the council, as the principal person who's putting forward the Conservative view, if you agree with this and then your colleagues seek to wreck it, then I think perhaps you should be selecting different people for your cabinet, because they're not loyal, they're not just, and they are not free. Thank you.
Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I should start really by reminding councillors why we're looking at having this overview committee. It doesn't seem that long ago that a single party committee met and the words not to promote Manydown development until... Sorry? Okay. not to promote many down development until 2011 or until the local plan has been adopted. When we tried to look through our records and it was all investigated, it was very difficult to work out who'd said what, who included the extra killer line that cost this borough an absolute fortune. That's why it's very important that we have an all-party overview committee. And group leaders spent some time trying to work out what the least worst option to achieve that was, bear in mind all the restrictions that are outlined in the report. We come to the conclusion that this was it. We all knew it was coming. We all knew it was going to be here. And when I first heard there's an idea to defer it, I thought, well, if the Conservatives haven't agreed with each other over it, is it a problem if it comes a month later? It probably isn't. But of course, it's not a case of just deferring it. Already we're taking 2.1, second section, second bullet point, 2.14.
Just a minute, Councillor. Just one meeting, and please listen to the speaker as we're in this chamber.
So, Mr. Mayor, we seem to have got to a point where actually we're not actually just deferring this. We are trying to manipulate it, change it, and alter it without any pre-warning of that's our intentions. So on that basis, Mr. Mayor, I see no reason to support the amendment and every reason to oppose the amendment. There is, of course, the option that 15 councillors can sign to say change it to an overview committee at the next council meeting when we discuss the idea of having a separate scrutiny, and there's nothing to stop them doing that. But at the moment, what we have is the best we can achieve. I see no reason why it shouldn't go ahead exactly as it is. I'm not entirely sure. I would like to think that the committee would do better if it had the support of the whole chamber, and if deferring for a month would achieve that, it might be worth it. But clearly there is warfare on the other side, and that's nothing to do with me. Of course, they don't have to agree. There are no whipping decisions. All of them over there can just vote. If they think this is a good way forward to avoid the mistakes that we made in the past, let them vote for it. I won't pick on the Conservatives because they vote different ways. We all do sometimes. But let's just get rid of the amendment, put it to the vote tonight, and add up the votes. And those over there who support the idea of having an open discussion around Manydown to replace the map with something in the public domain can vote against the amendment and support the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Why do we always have this subject come to such a boiling point in this chamber? It really is, isn't it? Look, we started negotiating across this chamber in good faith. We've started to try to build bridges here, not just on Manydown, but on lots of other issues. That was the conclusion of the peer review. That was the direction of travel wanted before even that, really. You wanted more cooperation, you wanted trust, and you wanted a new way of working. This puts it all at risk. It genuinely does. I asked the question why the mover of the amendment should even be doing it as one of the holders of the landowning responsibilities involved in this. Because what in the world does that send to our landowning side and the Manydown Trust and the County Council? You are playing with fire in the context of the High Court ruling. You really are. And if we get stung for that again, because of the issues that you're facing, not all of us, but you're facing, that would be disgraceful. We had a negotiated agreement amongst group leaders and amongst the council leader to bring this paper forward. The officers worked it up because they were instructed to do so. They were given the green light to do so. And it came to this council. And at the 11th hour, on the floor of this chamber, an amendment has been moved without prior notice to alter what was negotiated in good faith. Just think about those words. What was negotiated in good faith? Because fool me, but isn't that what's supposed to be going on in the Constitutional Working Party? We're trying to negotiate in good faith to improve the way this place operates. Now, look, this has not been part of the Constitutional Working Party, because when it was raised at the last meeting, we said it is not up for discussion because it's been negotiated, because we don't want you to unpick what has been negotiated, and more than that, because as my colleagues have said, things are moving forward very positively up until this point. We were agreeing to do things, to talk about things, to develop the ideas, to shape this going forward in exactly the way the High Court said we should. Now you're putting it at risk. Now if you want to do that, you can do that. And we can go back to the trenches. And we can go back to the way things used to be. But none of us want that. Why do we want that? If we're going to move forward together, we have to move forward together. It was negotiated. It was agreed. And now we're pulling the rug from under it at the 11th hour. Where does that leave us? Where does that leave us Where does that leave us with the money? The £4.5 million the county owe us. They've held back for all this time. For all this time they've held back paying us because they don't have faith we're serious. Now, if they do pay us, it's in the budget. You just voted through. Your £1 million reserve is based on it. Stop playing games with this, please. Mr. Mayor, I move the vote be put.
Chief Executive.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I only rise because Councillor Harvey's moved two different things. Councillor Harvey moved that the vote be put, and I'm going to stand by the advice I gave to Councillor Raffel that there's an amendment under debate. In fact, there's only two speakers left. So if Councillor Harvey withdraws that, then left on the table is a pre-warning that he will move the vote, be a recorded vote on the amendment. So you go to the two last speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Mrs. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I stand here as a member of the Manydown Member Advisory Panel and also the Constitution Working Party. And when I first heard about this proposed amendment that was coming tonight, I was fairly relaxed about it. I felt the progress we've been making on the Constitutional Working Party was hopefully going to lead to a proposal that we could be debating in 4 weeks' time, and would be restructuring our overview, our current overview and scrutiny arrangements into separate scrutiny and overview, policy overview committees, and that within that structure we could accommodate what we need to do for Manydown. Because what we need to do is to ensure that we have a proper, transparent and accountable method of debating and monitoring what we do with that land holding at Manydown. So that was my initial reaction. And then I thought, oh, hang on, this is Basingstoke and Dean, isn't it? There's a lot of disagreement very often in this council chamber. How confident am I that we are going to be standing here in 4 weeks' time, even after all the work we've done on the Constitution Working Party, and I hope all of us been feeding, as members of that, been feeding back to the colleagues in our own groups of what those discussions have been, and reporting back then on those to the Constitutional Working Party. How confident was I, in spite of all that, that we would actually be here in March with a proposal on the table which included the revisions we sought to make, and which included proper scrutiny and overview of Manydown within it, that was going to be agreed by all sides on the chamber? Well, I've still got hope that we can do that. And if we can, well, great. And the proposed Auscom that we're talking about setting up tonight will have a very short life. But just in case my worst fears are realised, and we don't come up with a sensible revision to the Constitution, we need to get that Auscom in place so that we do have that openness and that accountability on Manydown. So I shall be voting against the amendment, and I shall be voting for the recommendation as a whole. And so that I don't delay you later in the debate, I would say that I do have concern about the proposal that the Auscom could be meeting informally and in private. I think it needs to follow the rules that all our Auscoms do, and where there are proper reasons for having meetings in private, for introducing confidentiality, then introduce confidentiality, but not otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sanders.
Mr. Mayor, I'm very disappointed at the attitude which has been taken, certainly by the members immediately opposite over there. They talk about trust. Trust has to be two-way. I see no sign of any trust coming from that side. I see only that because we actually seek to try and change something to improve it, we are devious and we are trying in some underhand ploy. Let me just take you, see, and I even get Mr. Councillor Potter laughing or smirking. Is this the new spirit of cooperation that we are supposed to be trying to engender in this chamber? It certainly isn't, Councillor Potter. Let me just take you through the chronology. We had just over a week ago, a week and a day ago, a very productive Constitution Working Party committee. At that stage, I agree with Paula. We were moving forward very fast towards having a solution. When I reported that back, as I do report back to my group, their view was quite simply, if you're going to be putting forward a proposal to be agreed in 4 weeks' time, why are we agreeing something now which you might want to change in 4 weeks' time? This is ridiculous. Of course, then all the skepticism comes in to play and say, oh no, you're not. You're doing this for some underhand reason. I could ask the same question. Why are they so vehemently opposed to it if it's going to come back in 4 weeks' time? I will give you a guarantee. This will come back in 4 weeks' time. And if it comes back in 4 weeks' time, we will vote in favour of it because we are in favour of open scrutiny and open debate of what goes on in Manydown. That does not change at all. There may be some differences about exactly the composition of it and some points raised by Councillor Golding, but the principle, there should be open, transparent overview of how Manydown is developed is a clear one which we all share. All we are saying in this amendment is that why are we rushing for the sake of 4 weeks when we might be able to improve on what we have in front of us today in the context of presenting an overall recommendation? And I will also make sure that there is an overall recommendation in 4 weeks' time for members to vote upon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jayawardena, would you sum up briefly, please, on the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I just conclude by saying that I fully support what the leader just said, that this is actually a very well-intentioned amendment, and I'd urge members to support it.
Thank you. We have been called for...
Before we vote on the amendment.
Can I call vote on the amendment?
Yes, so, Mr. Mayor, you're referring to Councillor Harvey requesting a recorded vote.
Recorded vote, yes.
So, on the amendment, as tabled by Councillor Jayawardena, Councillor Mrs. Baker, Councillor Barnes, Councillor Miss Bean, Councillor Bierman, Councillor Bound, Councillor Mrs. Burgess, Councillor Ms. Cherrett, Councillor Mrs. Court, Councillor Cousins, Councillor Day, Councillor Donnell, Councillor Dunlop, Councillor Miss Eachus, Councillor Finney, Councillor Mrs. Frankham, Councillor Frankham, Councillor Gardner, Councillor Godsden, Councillor Golding, Councillor Gurdon, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hood, Councillor Hussey, Councillor Isaac, Councillor Ms. James, Councillor James, Councillor Jayawardena, Councillor Jones. Oh, sorry, my apologies because you've got an interest. Councillor Keating, Councillor Leake, Councillor Leaks, Councillor Marks, Councillor Miller, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Musson, Councillor Mrs. Ossleton, Councillor Parker, Councillor Peach, Councillor Potter, Councillor Putty, abstain, Councillor Regan, Councillor Mrs. Reid, Councillor Round, Councillor Raffel, Councillor Sanders, Councillor Shaw, Councillor Mrs. Still, Councillor Mrs Taylor. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Tilbury. Councillor Tomlin. Councillor Mrs Tucker. Councillor Ms Washbourne. Councillor Gary Watts. Councillor Keith Watts. Councillor West. Councillor Mrs Waldridge. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. The councillors, Mr Mayor, for the amendment 17, against the amendment 28, and 11 abstained. So the amendment is lost, Mr Mayor. So you now return, Mr Mayor, to the recommendations on the paper. You may want to move to debate.
Yeah. So now we return to the recommendation.
Secondly, all in favour of the vote?
Yeah, okay, all.
Seconded by me, and for a recorded vote, please, Mr Mayor.
No debate.
Look, no, you asked if everyone's in favour of the vote we put.
Yeah.
Ask if they're in favour of the vote we put.
Are you all in favor for the vote to be put? That's agreed.
Mr Mayor,
I'm taking a vote on that now,
whether the
please.
vote be put. Those in favour of the vote.
Those in favor of the motion.
The vote be put.
Oh, just a
Those in favour
minute.
of the vote.
Those in favor of the vote being put.
That's clearly carried. Mr.
Carried.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is now a recorded vote on the recommendations as set out on page 2 of Appendix E. Councillor Mrs Baker. Councillor Barnes. Councillor Miss Bean. Councillor Bierman. Councillor Bound. Councillor Mrs Burgess. Councillor Miss Cherrett. Councillor Mrs Court. Councillor Cousins. Councillor Day. Councillor Donnell. Councillor Dunlop. Councillor Miss Eachus. Councillor Finney. Councillor Mrs Frankham. Councillor Frankham. Councillor Gardner. Councillor Gosden. Councillor Golding. Councillor Gurdon. Councillor Harvey. Councillor Hood. Councillor Hussey. Councillor Isaac. Councillor Ms James. Councillor James. Councillor J Wardner. Councillor Keating. Councillor Leek. Councillor Leeks. Councillor Marks. Councillor Miller. Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Musson. Councillor Mrs Ossleton. Councillor Parker. Councillor Peach. Abstain. Councillor Potter. Councillor Putty. Abstain. Councillor Regan. Councillor Mrs Reid. Councillor Round. Councillor Raffel. Councillor Sanders. Councillor Shaw. Councillor Mrs Still. Councillor Mrs Taylor. Councillor Taylor. Councillor Tilbury. Councillor Tomlin. Councillor Mrs Tucker. Councillor Ms Washbourne. Councillor Gary Watts. Councillor Keith Watts. Councillor West. Councillor Mrs Waldridge. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, for the recommendations, 46 against, 2 and 8 abstained. So it's carried.
Thank you. That's carried. Thank you, councillors.
Next item.
Next item now to receive and determine the following.
Sorry. Oh, my apologies. Yes, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, sorry, you're quite right. Yes. Yes, Mr. Mayor. What members are referring to, quite rightly, is that if the recommendation 2.1 has been agreed, then it's now for the council to appoint the 8 members of the Mandydown Oscom, comprising 4 Conservative, 2 Labour, 1 Liberal Democrat, 1 Independent, and then council to appoint the chair from those 8 members.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to propose from our side Councillor John Leake, Councillor Diane Taylor, Councillor Marilyn Tucker, and myself.
Labour, Councillor Laura James.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Councillor David Potter and Councillor Sean Keating.
Councillor Gavin James.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Paula Baker.
I nominate Councillor Tilbury.
Can I have from all those members that has been nominated to
a
nomination for chair? Councillor Taylor, Diane Taylor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to nominate Councillor Terry Reid. Thank you.
I'd like to second that.
Keating.
In the spirit of openness and cooperation, I'd like to propose Councillor Paula Baker. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Any other nomination? No.
Those it's the full council vote, 4 Councillor Reid and 4 Councillor Baker.
So all for
Councillor Mrs. Reid.
Councillor Mrs. Reid. No, it's just those members. Is it? Just a minute, councillors. It just shows members, aren't they going to vote?
No, Mr.
Quiet, please.
Mr. Mayor, this is for the appointment of the chair of the Mandydown Oscom.
So the whole council.
And the appointment of Oscom chairs is a matter for full council. So it's every member of council has 1 vote.
Yeah. So I call on the whole council members for
in favour of Mrs. Reid.
Who are in favour of Mrs. Councillor Reid. And those in favour of Councillor Baker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, the vote is for Councillor Mrs. Reid 29, for Councillor Mrs. Baker 27. So, Councillor Mrs. Reid is appointed as chair.
Reid have it. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mr. Mayor, if I may, now from the 8, if Council, Mr. Mayor, Council now needs to adjourn to enable the 8 appointed members of the Oscom to stand, as you would normally at a full council, annual council meeting, and then to agree your vice chair.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to nominate Councillor Paula Baker.
Seconded. Yeah.
Is that agreed?
Is that agreed? Agreed? No.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Mrs. Tucker.
So Mrs. Reid.
Is that seconded?
Councillor Mrs. Reid is doing this, not you.
Yeah. Councillor.
Would you like to conduct the vote, please? This is your committee, and you need to conduct.
Yes. Can we have votes, please? Those in favour of Councillor Paula Baker, please.
Councillors, come on. Come on now.
Mrs. Reid, so Mrs. Reid is in.
Thank you. I think that was decisive, wasn't it? So, Councillor Baker, I believe, is vice chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Yes. Councillors, please. Now we go to the next item, which is number 10. Are we all settled now? Thank you. To receive and determine the following recommendation. At 1, Councillor Sherratt.
Yeah, a recommendation as per the order paper from ARGA.
Thank you.
Is that agreed?
We have one speaker. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I do support the recommendation, but I do have one reservation on it, and that's concern the situation with outside bodies. Members appointed are now covered by an indemnity. Indemnities are rarely needed, and hopefully will continue to be rarely, if ever, needed, but there are risks associated with being a member of an outside body. Regrettably, we do occasionally appoint non-members to our outside bodies. I say our outside bodies, they're independent, but we do appoint non-members. They are not covered by the indemnity. And I understand that our insurance policy can only cover members and officers. I would therefore like to be reassured that where we appoint non-members to outside bodies, they are aware of the risks associated with those appointments.
Thank you. Is that something? Now, this will be noted, and the councillors agree to there is no amendment, so to the recommendation. Is it agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Now we come to the second one, which is Councillor Osselton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chinham House is currently vacant. It was previously occupied as office accommodation by Stonham Housing Association until March 2011. The property is located in Chinham Park off Shakespeare Road, Popley. Is a sustainable brick grade 2, it's a substantial brick grade 2 listed property belonging to the council. Cabinet in January approved the recommended option of bringing Chinham House back into use, working with our preferred partners, Chapter 1. As in this current climate of increasing housing demand, homelessness, and the use of bed and breakfast, it would make a direct contribution towards the council's homelessness and support housing function. Thank you. I move the recommendation as per the paper. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is that seconded? Yeah, Councillor Golding. Now I have Councillor Potter would like to speak on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not speaking against the proposal before council this evening, but I am speaking on behalf of the 4 Popley councillors in whose area obviously this Chinham House facility lies. Can I make it very clear? I mean, from the very start, and discussions have been going on for some time, our preferred option was to see Chinham House used as a complete community facility. We thought there would be many benefits and advantages that went with that, but the fact of the matter has been that the business plans that were prepared by others haven't stacked up sufficient to allow that to happen. But what we have tried to do, and I have to say in this regard, with the support of the Cabinet member and others, we have been able to negotiate a very limited community facility within the building. It isn't ideal, and it certainly isn't the room that we would have preferred, but In terms of Chapter 1 and the commitment they have in regard to the number of units to be created, I think it's probably going to be about the best that we can have. There are a number of things we've asked for in that connection. And one thing in particular that I want to highlight, and I know I've had discussions with Councillor Osterton over this and others, is the access for those with disability to this community facility. There are problems with Chinham House. It is a listed building. It has limitations in regard to some of the things that can be done to it. But I want to make it absolutely clear, and I make it publicly, this is a prerequisite on our part. We can't have a community facility in Chinham House that doesn't have access for those with disabilities. I think it can be overcome, but it's going to need some work, some initiative by others, and some cost, quite frankly, substantial cost to get this introduced. I mean, I do say, and I note obviously within the report, that Chapter 1 say themselves in regard to the planning approval that's going to be required for this change of use and other matters, that they want the council to underwrite up to £38,500 in abortive consultancy and planning fees in the event that planning consent is not obtained. I've said, and I've committed myself a couple of times to say, that we would oppose any planning application if we do not get the provision that I'm talking about. So I've laid down the marker. I want absolute commitment from everybody involved that this problem will be overcome, and I think we'll have a partnership there that can work to the advantages both of Chapter 1 itself and its provision of social housing and the community of Popley. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Oselton, would you like to submit?
So, just as a supplementary, yes, I have worked with the councillor on it. Where possible, there will be a ramp for the disabled people, etc. But make no mistake, this is to do with housing. This is to give people 10 units, and we are short of housing. Within Chinham House, there are 5 community centres that people can go to. So I just... I'm sorry, that has been looked at. It was market tested. Now I've worked with the councillors, and I hope this please will go forward because it is badly needed. And what Councillor Potter has asked for has been taken on board by our housing department and by Chapter 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Now,
clear enough. Could I just come back? I mean, I want to make it absolutely clear because it's on record. This is a prerequisite. I'm not talking about compromise. I'm talking about a prerequisite. And quite frankly, I put it on notice. I don't know about my colleague.
Yes.
I will oppose a planning application on that basis if we don't get the disability access.
Debate is finished now, and I'm not going to be taking. The recommendation is here. Is that agreed? Thank you. Now we go to item 11. Motions. Notice of motion. Number 1 is future housing development in the borough. Councillor Tilbury.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and keep this short given the late hour, but this motion came about as a result of a number of issues raised by residents at Foxstone in Overton. However, it appears the service charge issue is more widespread. In early January, I visited a Sovereign Housing Association property to assist a resident who had been trying unsuccessfully to get the association to deal with multiple rainwater leaks in their property. They were so bad the water was travelling through the walls, shorting the electrics and damaging ceilings on the ground floor as well as upstairs. While I was there, other neighbours in the same terrace asked me to look at their properties, all suffer from similar problems. It appears that despite the fact the houses were barely 2 years old at the time, as they were out of warranty, the Housing Association had tried to fix the leaks themselves, but they'd only succeeded in making them much worse. I raised this with both the Housing Association and the developer, and neither appeared to have much of an idea what the problem was, although the Housing Association were of the opinion that the developer had fitted the wrong type of flashing to the solar panels. Having tracked down the manufacturer's installation instruction, it appears these panels should never have been fitted in the first place because they're on too low a pitch roof. It also became clear that the solar panels are not the only source of water leaks, as the flats also leak, and they have no solar panels, despite the fact that they should have been fitted as part of the planning permission, and we gave a large subsidy to provide them. There are a number of other issues. I'll leave them for now, though. But While I was there, residents also raised the issue of exorbitant service charges being levied on all residents to cover grounds maintenance on the estate. This came as a surprise to me, as I could see no obvious reason why they were being charged a service charge in the first place to live on a housing estate. It appears that for reasons that are still not clear, certain areas of open space have remained the responsibility of the developer. Yet, despite the fact in the Section 106 agreement with this council, it states that the developer will remain responsible in perpetuity, but they seem to have managed to somehow pass the costs onto the residents, housing association and private. Last year, the basic charge was £192 a year. However, the housing association residents pay far more, as the housing association unhelpfully charges them an additional service charge to cover the cost of administering the service charge. To put this into context, this is nearly double the entire Basingstoke and Dean element of the council tax for most of these properties. Some small areas that should have been transferred back to this council are still in the hands of the developer, despite the fact the last house was completed 3 years ago. Although there have been some movement on this week, the contractors have been in and are looking to transfer this over, but this is quite some time, so that's where that's come from. The other issue that came up is that despite Southern Water is well involved intimately in the planning process, they seem to have been unaware that there are soakaways on the estate. This they claimed is a sort of bit of a one-off, but we had exactly the same problems. My fellow council were aware on the Overton Hill estate in Overton with the same water company, where they were charging them surface water charges, despite the fact that they have soakaways too. So this begs the obvious question: how many more residents in the borough are paying charges they are not liable for in recently built properties? I mean, it's unclear at present if anything can be done to remove or reduce the service charges on this estate, or whether they're even legitimate. And I've been speaking to one of the residents today. They're actually, in fact, I've advised them to form their own residents association, which they've done, and they've got their first meeting tonight. So, because it's quite clear that I'm not even sure they should even be charged these charges on there, because all their things talk about them being their leases and their tenancy. Well, they're not tenants. Most of them are freeholders, other than the housing association ones. But what we can do is ensure this does not happen again in the future, particularly on council-owned sites, because as some of you, I cut that piece out, but some of you will probably recall Foxstone was owned by this council, so any agreement they came up with, we would have had a party to. I believe we also need to ensure that when we provide a subsidy, we ensure that it actually achieves its intended purpose. At the planning stage back in 2004, I suggested we should monitor the claims made by the architects regarding the reduced energy and water usage on this particular development. Had we done so, these issues may have been flagged up a lot sooner. So I would therefore ask you to support this motion.
1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to give people a bit more time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Bierman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't dwell on my seconding very long, because I think the motion has been fantastically well crafted by my colleague here. I'll just add that, to me, this sort of smacks of the things that were going wrong with ground rent in terms of the service charges and so on in the past, that is thankfully sort of slowly being worked out of the system, and rightly so. The problem with and it's certainly not just happening in Overton, I'm aware of it in Chinham, where these management charges escalate. There doesn't seem to be any control of to what extent they escalate, and in the end somebody's making a pretty packet. And I think there's a good chance that in the future some of these opportunities will be sold on to management companies, some of whom will then go bust, and then you'll have a terrible mess left as to who is responsible. In the meantime, half the work wouldn't get done, and that's part of the problem, that these management companies aren't doing what they should be doing. So that was just one particular angle. I think we certainly should be making sure that public areas are done in a way that we would wish, and done under our control and management. And with that, I just formally second Councillor Tilbury's excellent motion and ask you to support.
Councillor Raphael.
Well, Mr. Mayor, as portfolio holder for some of these matters, A, B and D, I'm going to try and give some answers. I can say that when I first read this, I knew not so much about the subject as perhaps I do now, having done some research. And indeed, when I first read the motion, I had to have a bit of a lie down. I have to say, it is absolutely proper that a ward member will want to bring something before this chamber to elucidate certain principles for us to discuss. Of course, we can't discuss in detail the individual problems of that case, and it's important it's brought to our attention so that we bear it in mind in the future. I have no objections to the broad thrust of this motion as far as A, B and D are concerned. I'd like just to bring to the Chamber's attention that, of course, A says as far as is possible, and that's quite right. We can only do what we can do as far as is possible. And, of course, our limits, to some extent, are the fact that land that we don't own, that is owned by other people and rented by other people, to some extent we have no lawful powers to deal with some of the problems that are suggested. But can I say this, that we are doing all that we can, and we consider that the future use and maintenance implication of all green space should be considered in planning applications as part of the consultation process in terms of design and green space functionality. The Council's approach is to encourage design which minimises small areas of landscape and green space with limited public benefit, and to only adopt green space and landscaped areas which are of public benefit, with other areas remaining within the private dwellings boundaries. Where it is considered that a particular proposal for green space in an application has the potential to result in significant maintenance problems, or to become a location for potentially antisocial problems, with insufficient public benefits to balance that increased risk and liability, this is made clear at the planning consultation stage. There is no obligation on the Council to adopt green spaces, and any agreement to adopt is subject to agreement of the design of the green space itself within the particular application. If the design cannot be agreed, then the Section 106 agreement provides the opportunity for a developer to retain responsibility for ongoing maintenance rather than transferring the green space to the Council. If the developer is not prepared to make necessary changes to the design to address the concerns expressed by council officers and opts to retain responsibility for maintenance, then the appropriateness of the design becomes part of the planning application and part of the decision-making process as to whether the application should be approved. I hope you're staying awake, all of you. Legally, no, it's been a long evening so far, and some of you've expended quite a bit of energy so far. Now, legally, we cannot remove the option for the developer to retain responsibility for future maintenance of green space if they choose to do so. And so that's why the A says as far as is possible. As far as B is, of course, is concerned, the answer has to be yes, of course. And it's quite right. And I've heard, obviously, the difficulties in the particular circumstances in the example. And indeed, it perhaps should be said, perhaps even transferred before, as well as reasonably practical afterwards. As far as C is concerned, I'm hoping that Councillor Isaac may be called to address that. And as far as D is concerned, well, as far as lawfully possible, yes. Discussions, yes, quite right. There is only so much the Council can do in the pre-application stage. So I can only say I think it's quite proper this is brought into the light for exposure and discussion.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tony Jones. Yes, Councillor Isaac.
I was offering to complete our answer on C.
Please sit down. Councillor Tony Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be supporting this motion, but I just wanted to highlight something that's happening in our ward. Mine in particular is the Highfield estate. I went to a meeting with residents and the developer and the ground maintenance people. Over the last 2 years, they've had an increase of 67% in their ground maintenance. They're paying, some of these people are paying over £600 a year. It's not an enclosed space, it's open to the public, and to my mind, it's daylight robbery. I heard what you said, what the council can and can't do. We had this sort of problem, not as bad, I would say, a number of years ago when we talked about the parishes, double whammy, you know, double taxation. And this is what's basically happening now to these people. They've got open space, well, actually the maintenance is poor, to be honest, really poor. You know, when you look at what the council workers do and the subcontractors we employ to actually cut the grass and maintain the areas compared to what they do,
How they've got a cheek to ask for any money is beyond my belief. But basically, the residents are coming to a point where some of them can't afford it. And I think something should be done. I think this council should be looking at it to see what can be done, because we've done something for the parishes a number of years ago, because the same sort of situation, people were paying their council tax, they were paying their parish tax, and what actually happened in the end, I believe, this is a number of years ago, as I say, when I was on the council, we actually voted to cut the parish council's grass, comes within the rates area, and that's what I'd be looking for, some sort of relief for these people, because otherwise we won't be able to do anything. You know, these people, I don't know what's going to happen. The bills are so going out the roof. And when you talk to the developers, they're actually blaming the council for not actually picking up the land, which is not true. But it's a way of not paying the 106 agreement, and now the people up there are paying dearly for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm very happy to support this motion. This whole issue of maintenance of landscaping areas and open space is really very complicated. There are people at Foxtown who've spoken to me who actually thought that having the responsibility themselves for the maintenance gave them more control over the land, which of course isn't actually the case. So there needs to be clarity on all sides. If the land is to be handed over to the borough, then the borough quite properly does check that it is of a design and scale that is capable of being fairly easily maintained. And in another development in our ward, the changes that were proposed to the landscaping to ensure that it could be sensibly maintained weren't welcomed by the nearest neighbours. So that has its problems. And leaving the land within the ownership of the developer, as has happened elsewhere in Overton, is fine until the developer goes bust, as they do sometimes. And then you end up with the problem of areas of structure planting getting grossly overgrown, and the people who have bought into the development really getting very frustrated by turning to their councillors to say, please can't the council do this? And the council saying, well, actually, it's nothing to do with us. So I think it's really very good that we should look at this. And I would particularly pick up on paragraph C and say that through the Constitution Working Party that we were talking about earlier, but one of the issues we've been talking about there is having scrutiny and work programmes determined by the committees, and this is exactly the kind of issue which can very properly be scrutinised and should be scrutinised. So yes, I shall certainly support the motion and encourage others to do so as well, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly to raise a couple of points I think that are relevant to this motion, and thank you for bringing the motion, because it isn't just Overton, as we've heard tonight, it's all over the borough. I mean, this is a trend that's developing, and I really do appreciate what the Cabinet member has said this evening. And I think in terms of the direction of travel, both from the landowning point of view and also from a planning point of view, the one thing that seems to be out of control here is the sale of these management contracts between management companies. And I think that is a very serious issue, because the residents are seeing the contracts they sign loosed and out of control in the context that they are being passed around the houses by various management companies that buy them for profit and put up the prices and leave the residents on the end of it. And that is something very, very serious. So where we can, and we can in planning law, because we can in planning policy through the local plan, achieve a mechanism to control and straitjacket the situation. And it is about that, I'm afraid to say. I mean, you don't want to do this, but sometimes the developers leave you no choice. And if they are abusing the residents in this way, then we need to use the mechanisms at our disposal to be on the side of the residents, I'm afraid. And in that context, where Section 106 agreements leaves us, let's just say this. Land values have increased dramatically recently, and I know of very few developers who are pleading poverty aside from trying to pull the wool over authorities' eyes on viability. They are making their profits very healthily. There is no reason why they can achieve the commuted sums. And our commuted sums have gone up with inflation in the context of where we need to be supporting our staff and services to deliver. Now, the issue is we're losing budget here on housing being built across the borough. So the more housing that is built outside of the arrangements, the more issues it creates for us in terms of our service delivery and overall the long term of picking this problem up. Because somebody eventually is going to have to pick this problem up. And in that context, Councillor Leake's campaign, going back, your campaign in terms of double taxation, going back again to the former, in terms of the parishes, was very effective, and the case was well made, and it was listened to. And in that context, this is exactly the same. Because every single resident who is paying a management charge is paying council tax for the services of the council they don't receive. Now, that's an issue in itself. That really is an issue. Because the management company are effectively charging them for services and duplication. Really is an issue, and I hope we can do something about it, and I'm conscious of what the portfolio holders have said and look forward to seeing some really good cooperation on this and making it happen.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you.
Yes, named.
Yes, Councillor.
And I would like to take the opportunity to remind the Cabinet that the grants for grass cutting have not increased in line with inflation, but this council is charging the parishes that use its services an extra 2.5% next year. I thought you might just like to take that.
Thank you. Councillor Tilbury, would you sum up briefly, please?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you all that spoke. I mean, one of the issues that came up with the Foxdale one is that the open space, which, as Councillor Baker said, is sort of, some would like, they think it's privately owned because they believe it's private, but the public art in Foxdale is on the privately owned public open space. And of course they have to pay things. One of the ridiculous parts of the, when you look at the actual service charge costs, is that they're charged about sort of £13,000 a year across the estate, about £4,000 to cut the grass, £10,000 worth of administration costs, including things like public liability insurance and such like for the use of the public paths so the postman can walk along them. So the whole thing is quite strange, really, and there has been quite a growth in this recently. And I think this is the problem. It is difficult to do, as Councillor Fell says, on privately owned sites, but obviously, when we owned a lot of sites, and particularly with things like Manydown, I wouldn't want to see this sort of thing happen again. I mean, I suspect myself and Councillor Baker were unaware of it, because the only way it only came up is on the Section 106 agreement. It wasn't on any of the planning permissions. It doesn't mention it on there. I only became aware of it relatively. I sort of became aware there was an issue over it, but I didn't realise they were being charged for it. This is the real issue here, is the outrageous charges. And in the case of 3 properties on there, they're being charged an additional £700 a year for a sewage pumping station that was installed on there, because for some reason they managed to build a site on the side of a hill where they have to pump the sewage uphill. Now, I don't quite know how you manage that. I've never come across that in 30 years in the construction industry. You only have to pump sewage uphill if you build in a hole in the ground. So that's quite strange. As Councillor Jones says, this is just another tax. We agonise. We get threatening letters from Eric Pickle saying, you've got to have a recorded vote in case you put it up by more than 2%. But there is no control over these charges. They can put them up as much as they like from year to year. And the whole thing is quite shocking. But part of the problem is, I think, that it's a way of getting out of paying the commuted sums. And unfortunately, I didn't really have time to raise this earlier, but in the budget, we've now put them up 5.5%. Is that going to make them more likely to do this or less likely? We're sort of probably not helping ourselves with this, because there is a point where they think it's more trouble than it's worth. Offload it, which is the usual problem you have. The developers won't cut the grass because they're saying the council should take this over. Whereas, of course, the problem they've had up there is because they're getting money from the residents, there's no incentive to hand the land back. They're making money out of it. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for all your, hopefully, support. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you. Then it will go to P&I.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Now, before I go to the next motion, can I have the leaders to stand up, please? ask them whether they
Leaders come and talk to you, don't you? Not stand up. You
Oh,
have a debate.
please sit down. Please sit down. Just a minute.
You want the leaders to come and talk to you about the rest of the agenda. You don't want to have a debate in the chamber.
All right. So I have to get them out.
You can always do it.
Yes. Yeah.
Just to explain, members, that the Mayor would like a quick word with the group leaders about the remainder of the agenda, given the time. So if the other members will bear with the Mayor, if the group leaders could just come and have a chat with the Mayor about the fact there are 3 motions and a number of questions left, and we are already at 10:30. So that's councillors. No, just come up here. Yeah, just up here. Yeah. We go to the chamber. So
Councillors, please. Yeah. Laura.
Right. Thank you. Right. Save adjourning the meeting formally. Quite simply, the concern is we've got 3 motions left. If they take they take half an hour, 35 minutes a motion. That will take you. The Mayor's concern is that there are 3 motions left, which are effectively going to take about an hour and a half to an hour and 40 minutes, which will take us to gone 12. And then there are 3 questions, 3 or 4 questions. The 2 points I think the Mayor wants to raise is, one, what's the reasonable finishing time? And then, if we are going to finish at a time other than going on all the way through, what would there be agreement on which items we take next?
I think the flood response obviously is very timely.
Yeah.
I'm happy to make sure no one else in my group speaks.
Right.
If we've got to make it just the group leaders all stand up and say a quick piece, but I think on the flood response. And I shouldn't mind getting very quick.
I would love us just to stick to.
Yeah, I think just that would be very quick.
No, sorry, just 2 people speak on that. I mean,
Yeah.
Just 2 people.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, I was going to.
I'm quite happy to even forego speaking.
Yeah, I'll forego speaking.
Okay, sure.
So just what about the mover and seconder on the flood motion? That would be quick, wouldn't it?
Yes,
then? Yeah.
The buses, is there any contention from your side on the buses?
I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any. And,
If you can quickly canvass the group again, that could be
yeah.
moved.
Councillors, order please.
You want me to go through it, or do you want
Yes.
to do it?
No, you go through it.
Okay.
Yes. Councillors, are you settled down? Chief Executive is going to explain what I have decided currently.
Great. Mr. Mayor, if I may, I can't avoid a light-hearted comment now, can I, after that? So, Mr. Mayor, I was originally going to say group leaders have agreed that, but I think I'll start with group leaders have agreed. And then I'll say, what group... Thank you. What group leaders have agreed is as follows, that in order to try and complete the business they would like to complete tonight, and this has been agreed with the Mayor, the grants to organisations will be moved to the next meeting, which is only 4 weeks away. So that will be deferred from tonight to the next meeting. The mover and seconder will speak on the flood response in the knowledge that they have the support of the whole council in what they say. And then the bus services item will be left for mover and seconder and debate should people want to debate. That would mean 10 minutes or so on the flood response, which we'd go to next, potentially up to half an hour on the bus services, and then if the questions could be taken as usual as read with quick answers, that would enable us to complete the business, leaving only the grants to organisations to be moved to the next meeting. And that's what group leaders have agreed with the Mayor, and Mayor, I think you move to that.
Yes.
So, flood motion.
Right, councillors, please. So now we come to the flood response. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be very brief because it is very late, obviously, and we want to just press on. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to propose this, and I'm very grateful also that it's attracted cross-party support, and we've just agreed, obviously, between group leaders that it does have complete cross-party support, as we would expect. I'm sure that most of us have witnessed the incredible efforts that our staff have been putting into the flood response across the borough, but especially, of course, in Buckskin, which has suffered so badly. They haven't been able to stop the groundwater rising so far, as we know, but they have been able to offer to help to the many people who have been badly affected by this. Working with our many partners, to whom we're also extremely grateful, our staff have mounted a round-the-clock operation to ensure that people who need to be evacuated are helped through the trauma of the move, that water and sewage is tankered away, that residents are kept informed of what's happening continually. Homes have been found for pets, as we know, and every idea is considered that might help reduce the impact of the flooding as well. And we have the resources of the whole community mobilised to the affected residents as well. Our 24-hour centres here and at the Ridgeway Centre in Buckskin have been operated by our staff, working long hours, as we know, and night shifts in difficult and frequently uncomfortable circumstances. And where an officer has needed to be away from their desks, other staff have had to step up to cover our normal day-to-day operations, which continue despite the enormous strain on our personnel. The amount of work our staff has put in to help the people of Basingstoke in this very difficult time has been immense, and I personally can't speak highly enough of their efforts. And of course, we've seen plenty of evidence of the immense amount of information that's been put out for residents as well, in terms of the tweets and the leaflets and of course the television appearances as well that have been made. And the mere presence of our officers on site has been an enormous reassurance to many residents as well. During the first day or so of the floods, I spoke to an elderly lady who was living on her own in the bungalows as they were first affected. She was terribly worried about what might happen to her overnight when she would be entirely by herself. When we told her that there would be help and support at the Ridgeway Centre all night if she needed it, her face lit up and she was immediately tremendously comforted to know there was someone close at hand who could and would help her if necessary. I'd also like to pay tribute to the good humour and resilience of our residents and to the community spirit displayed by so many who have rallied round and helped in any way possible. And I understand now there is a fighting fund being set up as well to help in the future for residents. So it's right that we're meeting today for the whole council to say thank you to our staff and to ask the Chief Executive to pass on our appreciation to all his teams and to those with whom they're working. As we know, it isn't quite over yet. It will take weeks, perhaps months, before we're back to normal. So through you, Mr. Mayor, Tony, for what you and your teams have done and for what they're going to do and you are going to do, please accept our grateful thanks and know that your efforts are hugely appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In seconding the motion, I endorse everything that Councillor Reid's comments. We share in thanking and supporting our staff for what they have done and continue to do for our residents. We are asking a lot of our staff, and there are and has been immense pressure on them and us as a council to deliver, and we are. And would like to say a huge thank you to all of the staff and our partners. What I think stands out for me is that that this council has taken such a proactive approach. Not all councils in the similar situation have taken the same kind of approach. The tanker, I think, of the council that the council brought in is a perfect example of how we've stepped in when it mattered. I really feel that the residents to face losing a home must be the most dreadful thing, and I can't imagine, or I'm sure a lot of us can think that we can imagine, but if we weren't in that situation, can imagine what it must be like. And they must have a great amount of fear and anxiety. I understand that we've been told tonight that over 80 homes have been evacuated. That the residents' emotions must be raw, and people must really need support and have needed support, and we've been there and the staff have been there, and that's great. Our communities have come together and we're helping the communities, and that's great. And an example of that last night, I think, was the cooking in the church in Buckskin, and that was great to see, and all the children getting a hot meal was lovely. People are living through sheer hell at the moment, in hotels, losing their positions, not sure if and when they'll be able to go back to their homes, invaded by water and sewage. Those still hanging in there in their homes are threatened by the water, and as has been said tonight by Councillor Reid, and the water's not going away and it's not subsiding. There are issues that we need to address, and I'm confident that across the chamber there is still the will and commitment to support people in Buckskin and all those affected across the borough through this crisis. Buckskin's a great place to live, and we need, the community need to know that we will be there and we will support them, and they have our support. This is not going to be over in a week, it's going to take months, and even when the water finally goes, the clean-up will be huge, and it won't be over for many people for a very long time. We need to find longer-term solutions to ensure that this doesn't happen again. The crisis has demonstrated to me and my group, as it has, I'm sure, to everyone here tonight, just how, and the whole chamber, how wonderful our staff are, the qualities and strengths of the people that we have working for us in this council. And we want to say a big thank you for all their hard work and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, what I am going to do is we all got our personal thank you to do and pay tribute to people. But what I'm going to do is just invite the two ward members to a couple of minutes each to say something. So, Councillor Robert Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I had prepared this for over a 4-minute period, so I'll need to talk quickly. As one of the ward councillors for Buckskin, I would like to thank Councillor Mrs. Reid and Councillor Ms. James. And I think the residents of Buckskin would have found it extraordinary and insulting if this council had taken a political stance on the issue. So I'm very pleased that both sides of this chamber are working together. My first comments would be to pay tribute and give thanks to our officers at all levels for the superb manner in which they have responded to the crisis. the sensitivity and compassion shown to all those residents whose lives have been disturbed and disrupted by this unprecedented weather event has been extraordinary, and Basingstoke and Dean have sustained a very high level of purposeful energy. The standards that were set on the first day when I first arrived nearly 3 weeks ago were set by an operative by the name of John Williams of Basingstoke and Dean, and I would like to pay tribute to him, because he not only was the first to communicate with the residents in a distressful situation.
It's 1 minute.
But he also set the tone for everything else that has flowed since then. I would like to pay tribute to all resident volunteers and the staff at the Ridgeway for the way in which they have welcomed, fed and critically supported everyone throughout as they connected with the Ridgeway for so many individual and personal reasons. Tea and sympathy have gone a long way in this most distressing situation. As Councillor James has said, the local Buckskin Church has already played its part alongside many others who have donated their time and who have given freely to those in need. Comment has already been made about the strength of character and spirit. Oh, gosh. There's clearly a need to review this tragic event and assess it, but that is further down the line after these initial event management issues. What I have seen assures me that Basingstoke and Dean will continue to comfort and protect its residents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tony Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be quick.
In 2 minutes.
Yeah. It is, isn't it? Is it on? Yeah. Well, it's all been said really, but there's a few points I'd like to point out, which was on the first day I went down there. You had the guys standing around waiting for people, coming out of their houses being flooded. They were rigging wet, and I said, why aren't you going for a cup of tea? He said, well, we will do, but we're waiting for this old lady. She wants some sandbags. And to my mind, that sort of sums it all up. If where I used to work, someone had said go for a cup of tea, I would have been there before they finished the sentence. These guys were hanging about, looking for people to try and help them. Now, people were upset and getting angry, as we're all bound to do. But these guys were calm. Yeah, we'll do that. Oh, you want sandbags? We'll do that. I can't speak too highly of them. It was really an eye-opener. And the other thing that came across was the people who weren't affected by the floods, who lived over the other side of the road. They were coming over saying, what can we do? Well, if they want to come to my house, I'm over there, tell them for a cup of tea. And then you've got the people, obviously, in the Ridgeway. Some of them didn't have boots. It's not really funny, but they were marching through this sludge and God knows what to make tea for the people who was helping and everything else. So it's just a big thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, the leader has an announcement. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm sorry to break into the note of congratulations to everybody, but I have to tell you that, as you may know, we started overpumping this afternoon from Worting down towards the Loddon to make sure that we could evacuate the water around that area as quickly as possible before then looking to move this up to Buckskin. At some point while we've been meeting this evening, somebody has decided to slash the pipe deliberately. As a result, the pumps have had to be turned off. We are getting police patrolling in the area. The fire service will obviously go to see if they can repair it, but I have to tell you that some of the hoses which are being used are not local ones. They come from the Isle of Wight. So I don't know when they will be able to renew this. It's a very sad note to end what should have been a very pleasant eulogy towards those people who have worked so hard to get where we are. Hopefully this will be a one-off and we can take precautions to prevent it happening again.
Thank you, leader. And
They agree? They agree?
is that agreed? Thank you.
And then we go to item 4. Well done.
Yeah. Now we come to the item 4, bus service. Councillor Regan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think all my I would say thank you for taking this such a late time actually, but it brought back to me because I missed my last bus. It went at 9:30, so I've been looking for a lift home. But In all my time as a councillor, going back to when I was first elected in 1996 through now, there's never been such an issue that's burnt the emails and the phones and people stopping in the street. It's the changes that come in on February 16th. We were warned of them just before Christmas. And actually, Stagecoach method of consultation was to put a few bits of paper out on the number 3 bus saying they're changing, and obviously saying that they would like to change the number 4 route, which they never had the right to because that's a county subsidised route. But Councillor Keating and I had 2 meetings with them and got absolutely nowhere. So I'd like to describe what the impact has been to the people. Before that, I say, sorry, I see that it's quite wide because I see Terry Reid actually in the paper today talking about Warren and obviously Councillor Us's motion petition as well. So it's a wide issue, and I hope you support. And obviously Oakley as well. The number 11 they put on to serve the Berg State hourly is now goes for a tour of Southampton Berg State. You're welcome, but it's not really a bus service, is it? It's obviously cuts out a direct route for the people from Oakley to Morrison's, and more importantly, youngsters going to Beacott. So that actually is a disaster. But in terms of Southampton, what's really struck home is by just diverting a route of the number 3, instead of coming out Sports Road, it turns left now to the right, it actually cut an whole swathe, hundreds upon hundreds, even thousands of people, actually have no bus. Or, if anybody knows it, Kelvin Hill, Hillview Road, Elsting Grove, Cobbett Green, Elizabeth Road, top half of Sanders Road, have no bus service at all, not on a Sunday. And I think Monday to Sunday, no bus service. And this is a lot of elderly people live there, lots. And I had phone calls. I had somebody stop me in the street yesterday on their motor scooter saying, "What are you doing about the buses? My wife can't get out there. She can't make it from Elizabeth Road down to Bottom Sandys Road to get a bus." And also I had somebody ring up from Tennyson Way saying, I have to walk down and get number 1 down by Camrose football ground there. It's all right going downhill, but I can't get back up again. So no one asked them if they wanted the bus route changes. So it's quite disgraceful. And we pointed this out to Stagecoach in our meetings with them. They just did not want to know. Or it was the shortest, sharpest route. And then we come to the Berg Estate, which were the first to erupt over this. They had a regular service every 10 minutes. Now they've got one an hour. They might have one an hour, but they haven't got one on a Sunday. Absolutely nothing on a Sunday. And there's lots of elderly people and more vulnerable people there. But it's not just about vulnerable people. It's about people trying to get people out of their cars. With these changes, nobody in their right mind is going to get out of their cars and trust the Basingstoke bus service. So where's the green issue there? You know, this. And they tried, even Stagecoach was so arrogant, they tried to cut the number 4 bus service, which, as just explained briefly, goes from the town through Southampton Estate, Butskin and Winkelbury to the hospital, then to town and back round again. They tried to take the link for some reason, tried to take that out of Southampton. No consultation. They tried to even consult the county. They tried to do it without telling the county. It was only intervention of our county councillor that got that stopped. And also, in terms of bus routes, they've
1 minute.
All right, thank you. 1 minute, nice. All right, I'll move on quickly. It's up so much. We got a petition that we cut off a week before the 16th, and we got 1,200 signatures within putting the churches, community centre, and some door-to-door knocking. And that is just in a week. We've got 1,200 signatures, and I've sent that on behalf of all the ward council and the county council, to Hampshire County Council leader there as the traffic authority, and I've had acknowledgement back from them and our progress in it. But I sent a copy to Andrew Dyer at Chichester, the managing director of Stagecoach South. No acknowledgement, absolutely no acknowledgement whatsoever, or to take any note of that whatsoever. That's the extent of their consultation. And we asked for a meeting. Of course, we never got one. So there was no meaningful consultation whatsoever. They've ignored everything. So I appeal to you, and I appeal to the Tories as well, and they can be friends with me sometimes, and the Liberal Democrats. It's time up. Please support this motion and put public back into public transport. Thank you.
Time. Councillor Sean Keating.
Chair, I'll be very brief, Mr. Mayor, because of the late hour and the indulgence of my fellow councillors. If one of the very close to town housing estates is only going to be served by a bus company half the time and half of the estate, then all those other estates that we're building that are further out from town are also at risk of not actually being serviced by a bus company properly. And that's the bottom line here. The bus company is deciding for itself, using its own criteria, which bit of the housing estates they will serve. They say they want to save money. They were sending buses up and down South Ham every 10 minutes. The second and third bus was always empty. Surprise, surprise. Right? But instead of saying we'll save money and send the buses up and down every half hour or every 20 minutes or something, no. We'll service half the estate instead. That's what we're dealing with. And our people are not going to put up with this. If Stagecoach won't do it, we need to decide how to do it for our people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. According to a senior transport officer in the County Council, the county received notification of Stagecoach's bus changes just 3 working days before Christmas. It came as a shock to them, especially as Stagecoach new routes and timetables were planned to start just a few weeks later on the 16th of February. When the county looked at the bus timetables, they noticed that there was none there for Cranbourne and Blackdown. They were missing. At least they thought they were missing. When they checked with Stagecoach, yeah, they were deliberately missing. They completely axed the service for all of Cranbourne and Blackdown. No bus service at all. The county asked Stagecoach to look at rectifying that problem, and they hurriedly put together a new service, the number 12. For Cranbourne residents, the old 20-minute service is now hourly, except at 8:30 in the morning on weekdays, when there's a gap of 1 hour 20 minutes, and that goes to 1 hour 30 minutes on Saturdays, and never on a Sunday, because we don't have buses on a Sunday anymore. And it's not just the frequency that's a problem, it's a hastily contrived route. The new service doesn't go to the top of the town, it goes straight to the bus station. Residents in Blackdown don't have a post office, they go to the main post office in London Street. So OAPs now have to walk from the bus station and up Woke Street, one of the steepest hills in the town, to get their pensions. They have to walk up the hill to go to the bank, whether it's HSBC, NatWest, Lloyds. And the bus no longer goes along the Lansdowne Link. It no longer goes to the train station, and it no longer goes to Bramley's Grange Medical Centre, with 8 doctors, a pharmacy, facilities for minor surgery, blood tests, immunisations, vaccinations. These are huge changes for residents, especially the old, the infirmed, those with impaired mobility, and mums with poorly toddlers in pushchairs. I've looked at Stagecoach's own website. I bet you'd never guess what they've got at the very top of the list. Putting customers first is our priority. Did Stagecoach put their customers in Cranbourne and Blackdown first when they planned to axe the buses? The website goes on to claim our local management teams work in close partnership with local authorities to improve local bus services. The last Quality Bus Partnership meeting was held in October 2012. Stagecoach didn't discuss the changes with Hampshire County Council. They didn't discuss with Basingstoke and Dean. They told us. That's not consultation. That's not partnership working. It's quite clear that Stagecoach don't have customers, they have passengers. And Stagecoach doesn't seem to regard us as partners anymore. It's about time that Stagecoach upped its game and matched its website claims. I'll be supporting the motion.
Councillor Golding.
Thank you, Mr. I will be brief, but I want to take what may be a very rare opportunity to say I agree with Councillors Reagan and Keating. So far as Oakley is concerned, we used to have a half-hourly bus service that went to the places people wanted to go to, like Morrison's and Beacott, and got fairly quickly and directly to the town centre. We now have an hourly bus service, which, well, you can go around a very nice scenic tour of Southam. Is something nice on a sunny day, but not something you want to do on a regular basis. Takes over half an hour to get to town. We have old people who can't get to and from Morrison's to do their shopping. We have youngsters who can't get to and from Beacott. And we have young mums who can't get to their baby clinics and things like that. And even within the village, the half-hourly service was very useful for the elderly people to get to the shops and the doctors and back home again in a reasonable time. All that's gone. And I recognise that Stagecoach have to make commercial decisions, but the lack of consultation, the lack of advance information is something we should protest about jointly very strongly. As a village, we can look at community transport options, but we had no warning. And so people have been left, even if we get something sorted in due course, for weeks without a proper service. So I should be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As well as this being a problem for town-based wards, it certainly is a problem for wards based out of town as well. And I'll use the T word one more time, unashamedly, and say it's certainly an issue in Tadley. It's an issue in Tadley for the young and old alike. You know, it's okay having, you know, air ticks and people flying around in tubes at the leisure park. But you can't, if you're young and you don't have means of transport of your own, you can't use those nice facilities at the leisure park because the buses stop at 9:30. This is a tragedy outside of town in places like Tadley for young and old alike. If you're elderly, there's an infrequent bus service. If you're young, you have to be, effectively, if you're going to go out into the town in the evening to enjoy the facilities there, you have to be back by 9:30. It is not acceptable. And I have to say this at the risk of sounding like a socialist, but at some stage, the argument is going to have to happen. Is the focus on delivering a public service, or is the focus on maximising profit? Because it seems to me that the two aren't compatible. And, you know, I've lived and worked in various countries in Europe and Scandinavia where bus services are deemed to be part of the key infrastructure, not some profit-making bolt-on where entrepreneurs and directors at the stroke of the pen can change the services. They're key parts of the infrastructure. Yeah, and I think it's high time that we all, as politicians locally, you know, made our views clear to the people who run these services that this, you know, any infrastructure service, including transport, should be about people and not profit. I support this motion, and I do so particularly with the young and old within Tadley and the surrounding area in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I endorse many things that have been said, in particular Councillor Von Hussey. We share the ward there. And in Cranbourne, there was real anger on the streets when they realised that the buses were being cut to an hourly service from a 20-minute service. It does make you know, a lot of people have difficulties in getting to post office, railway stations, etc. And you know, and Councillor West has just made the points that I was going to make, really, in as much as that in the rest of the world, public transport is not run for profit. It's run to get people from A to B, and families, vulnerable people. And now we've got an ageing population in Basingstoke. But certainly many in our wards are certainly the 45-plus group and getting older. And, you know, they need, well, I'm looking at myself now and saying, hey, in a few years, I'm going to be needing a, you know, maybe need a bus or whatever. And what have I got to look forward to? Nothing, because they've taken away the evening services, the Sunday services, and now it's the daytime services. So what we're going to be left with? Now, of course, we have some choices here. Stagecoach, a public company who want to make money. That's their business. But we also have a Hampshire County Council who actually really should be supporting services and vulnerable people as well, as we have our own council with money as well. And if I may just say, Councillor Saunders, I did agree with some of the things he said tonight in his budget speak. He talked about prosperity in the town, and he also said some wonderful words like, we've got £750,000 and 250,000 rurally to create jobs. Well, let's have some bus drivers then. because the bus itself, the bus itself costs £40 an hour. So the on cost of that can't be too much. So I certainly endorse this. I support it. I ask that the portfolio holder take this seriously with our transport officers who do a very good job here in Basingstoke, and see if we can come up and work something out with Hampshire County Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I shall keep my comments brief, but I just really do welcome our colleagues from UKIP agreeing that Europe does get it right in many occasions, and in particularly on public transport. I don't think any of us, and I know none of us do, underestimate the impact that losing buses have. Not everybody has a car, not everybody has that access to vehicle, and they do need buses, not just for work, not just to doctors to get to the shops, but actually just to have a social life and to get out and about. And that's the number one issue for our young people. We actually surveyed 3,000 young people as a borough, and their number one issue was safe access to public transport. It was real for them in the sense of not only they couldn't afford it, well, they didn't actually feel safe, because after 9 o'clock or the times they wanted to use it, Stagecoach weren't delivering. And, two phrases come to mind in terms of Stagecoach: profit before passengers and shareholders before service. And that's the reality of what Stagecoach are about at the end of the day. And we do need an alternative. Now, I know the legislation gets in the way, and we do need to do something about that in other places. But the reality of here is, what can our council do? What can the Hampshire County Council do? And what can we achieve with what we can do around that law to improve the buses for the people of Basingstoke? Because at the moment, Stagecoach are ignoring Basingstoke and Dean. They are ignoring us. They couldn't care less. They are not even responding to elected representatives, let alone to this administration or Hampshire County Council. So in that respect, I find that really, really disgusting. And whether it's Brighton Hill or Buckskin, whether it's Winkleberry or Grove, this issue, knocking on all the doors, you hear it day in, day out, time and time again. This is the number one issue out there at the moment. So we have got to try and do something. I don't know what we can, and we need to work cross-party on this, but it cannot be left. And Stagecoach cannot be allowed to get away with what they are getting away with, which is in many ways, and Laura said this in her speech, having such an economic impact. I can really feel for someone who's going to have to lose their hours, lose a day's work, lose that amount of pay, and have that kind of impact on their life, because the shareholders and the managing director of Stagecoach have a completely different philosophy of how they're going to run a service, public transport, to the people of Basingstoke. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Thank you. Councillor O'Sultan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, thank you for your motion. Can I just say, before I respond to it, that I agree with you. Communication in this case has not been great. I met with Stagecoach 2 weeks ago, and they certainly know how I feel about the communication issues. They have agreed with me, and in future, if they are going to change any bus service in this borough, they will first let the officers here know, and myself, and we will then bring in the relevant ward councillors and county councillors, who will then know their own bus service well, and also the wider agencies that need to be consulted as well. And they have agreed to that. So thank you again for your motion. If the Chairman of Planning and Infrastructure would like to write inviting the Managing Director of Stagecoach and the Executive Member for Transport of Hampshire County Council to attend a meeting of the said Ofcom, I would be fully supportive of this approach. Thank you.
Thank you. How many? 7 minutes. Councillor James.
Just following on from that, I wanted to sort of talk about some of the amazing, and it has been said already tonight, some of the amazing facilities. I was canvassing a door the other day, and an old lady came to the door, and she said, we really struggle to go to the theatre. My friend and I, we just live nearby, but she said we managed to do it. But now, having to get a taxi to the theatre, it's made it impossible. We can't use it. And I just think that we need to think about older people and the isolation that they must feel. I mean, it's already been said tonight by Councillor Regan. I mean, not to be able to go out, it must be awful for them. Just imagine not being able to access services, not being able to go shopping. I think it's been picked up already nationally about the isolation that older people were feeling because of the poor service. I talked about the lady that had, and Paul's referred to, who'd lost money because of her job at Sainsbury's. She was also telling me that while she was up there waiting for the bus, a lady was there with a double buggy at Sainsbury's with all her shopping and her young children. And the bus driver came along, but it had come along with a double-decker bus, which he doesn't normally do that. And they couldn't get the buggy onto the bus. So it just drove off. It was the last bus home. It was the last bus at Sainsbury's up at Hatch Warren. And it just drove off and left her there. Now, is that the sort of service that we want from a partner in this town? And I think that we need to really think carefully, as well as asking them to come in, but think, what is it that we can do? Because ultimately, they may have just recently made the changes to the bus service, but the reality is that the bus service was appalling before they made this change. In my own ward, people can't get to hospital. They have to come back into town and then go back out again. We've got lots of hospital workers working in the town. The other thing we want to think about is we've got the hospital talking about moving out of the town elsewhere. We had this discussion and we was talking, would this be a great thing? And, maybe it's not such a bad thing. But the reality is, how are people going to get to that hospital if it moves anywhere else? Just imagine it, if it's not in the town centre. We need to ensure that people can meet and get to these crucial services. And it's not acceptable that a lady that lives in Buckskin, for a start, doesn't have a GP service in Buckskin, but she has to come back into town and then go back out again. Alone the cost, but it's just not appropriate. And we need to be thinking, when we're looking at our bus services, where are these essential services? And we need to ensure that people get there. As it's been said by Councillor Golding, I mean, loads of young people are saying that in relation to Oakley, it doesn't come past Beacon anymore, the service. All the young people that want to go to college in Oakley aren't able to access that service. What's then going to happen to people in relation to further education? We need to want more. We need to demand more of Stagecoach. I'm not sure that, are we going to be, what we're going to do, just actually pick bits that we need to improve? I think it's not acceptable. We need to think again about the whole service that we're delivering, and we want more for the residents of this borough. I've never seen so much anger. I've been canvassing in lots of different wards during this election campaign, and I have never seen so much anger about one issue in a range of different people. It's just, we need to do something about this.
Councillor Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly.
You've got 3 minutes.
Yep, that's all I'll need. I think really we should be taking Stagecoach to the Advertising Standards Authority for misrepresentation, because if you look at their recent adverts, it's all been about improving the services. Now, Chinham is quite well served in terms, and certainly the horror stories in terms of loss of service altogether doesn't apply. But there's another angle that you probably haven't encountered. The buses that used to be Jazz 1 have now been split up, and the service serving Chinham is number 7. But that no longer goes to the bus station. And now we've got the bizarre situation where it drops off its passengers in the lay-by outside the bus station. Now, those people who know the area and use public transport will know that that lay-by is the one that's used, A, by National Express, and then by dozens of cars trying to drop off their friends and relatives at the National Express station to do their longer journeys. So you've got a mass of local service buses, long distance coaches, cars parking, and then because of the service being split in the mornings, the children going from Chinham to Cranbourne have to actually change services there. So they're fighting on the island that's very narrow to be able to stand there safely. And one last thing to add to the scenario is one that I've just forgotten, but it'll come back to me, I hope, within my 3 minutes. The point. The point is very important because it's already been said, it's a lot of older people using the buses. There's no seating there. So lots of people who can't normally stand for prolonged periods and in the old bus stands could sit down because there are seats by every stand. There's no stands there. So it's really going backwards. That's really just another angle on the story.
Yeah. Is there any more time? How much left? 1:30. Yeah, Councillor's got 1:30. Councillor Miller, you got 1 minute 30 seconds.
No, I'll take about 30 seconds on this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. The portfolio holder invited me to write to the Managing Director, whether it's Mr. Dyer or somebody else, and to the County Council, and it includes all of us in this room as well, to attend a meeting which we will schedule at P&I. We need to draw up specifically what we want to direct towards Stagecoach, our dissatisfaction for a start, and see if we can't come to a process. We'll try and recover what we've lost, because that, over the last 3 years it's been dreadful. But I will make sure that all the councillors get a copy of this letter. It will be structured with the officers, with the senior management team, to make sure we're sending the right message across. County councillors will be also involved in this particular exercise to make sure that around the borough our county councillors are aware of how we feel and what we want done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You got 22 seconds. Do you want to take it? Yeah. Councillor Gardner.
22 seconds. Right. We have a local development framework which says we are going to be building new estates. These estates will be away from the town, and one of the main issues we've looked at is the transport impact. And we've said mitigation will be necessary. What is mitigation? It's the improved use of public transport. I hope we have some.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, councillors, there are lots of agreement. Is that agreed? No. It's questions now. Yeah. I'll go to the question because it. Now we are on the item of questions. Question number 1 from Councillor Baker.
As on the order paper, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Cabinet Member for Community Services, Councillor Eade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Baker, for your question. I cannot condone the decision that this centre has taken, and indeed it is not for me to do so. Personally, I cannot support discrimination in any form, and I'm sure you agree it is not within my remit to defend their action. I am sorry what has happened to your resident, but unfortunately, that being said, as a religious organisation, the community hall is legally entitled to discriminate against people of other religions or non-religions, provided it is necessary for meeting their organisation's religious aims. My understanding from officers is that this was the case here. Officers did contact the centre, but it was acting lawfully. There were no grounds to insist it change its policy or provide an apology. The centre has been advised that they need to make their procedures and policies more transparent and accessible in the future to avoid similar situations arising. In terms of the grant that was provided, this constituted less than 5% of the overall project cost. And if we had decided to withhold that grant, the opening with the centre would have been delayed, and the important role that they do play in your local community would have been undermined. The grant was not awarded on a conditional basis, and we have no say in the running of the facility. Finally, a review of grant conditions is currently underway, and this situation is informing that process, which will be finished prior to the next revenue grant funding applications in July. A number of community halls are linked to religious organisations, and we have to be sensitive to their aims too. I would not want to undermine the good cause that these organisations often do in their communities, but I do hope that similar situations can be avoided in the future.
Thank you. Supplement.
Thank you very much for that answer. I am aware that the County Council have already, because of this incident, made a change to their procedures so that they are in future adding an additional question onto their grant application form that specifically asks whether the facility is going to be available to all members of the community on whether there are any restrictions on its use. And they've managed to act quickly, and I hope we could too.
Yes, thank you. I was told by one of the officers at the County Council, I don't know if they have yet, but they will be saying, will access to the benefits of your project be restricted by reference to any person's race, age, gender, religion, belief or sexual orientation? So that is, for the officers are aware of that, so hopefully it is informing our review process.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Bown.
As on the order paper, Mr. Mayor.
Cabinet Member for Environment and Climate Change.
In view of the time, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Supplement?
No.
Question number 3, Councillor Bown. Councillor Donnell.
In the view of time again, Mr. Mayor, it is a county council issue. The county council do support West Berkshire waste recycling centres that Hampshire residents can drop their waste on that. I think that's very good. I would encourage all members to engage with the county to make sure that waste recycling centres are kept open. As of free trial wastes, whenever we will do a trial, we will always consider tattling, but I'm not saying we will necessarily do those particular trials.
No supplement. Question number 4, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst I did give the Chairman of ARGA prior notice of my question, I didn't expect to get the answer before I'd asked it. But in order that I can ask a supplementary, I would just quickly read, would you agree with me that there is no valid reason why this Council's Treasury Management Policy objectives could not include the objective of to not knowingly allow investments in financial instruments that are not ethical, e.g. in countries with a poor human rights record? A simple yes will suffice.
Yorkshire supplement. Thank you.
I supplement. Thank you, Chair. I would just then like to ask Councillor Cherrett if she would kindly meet with me to consider a way to progress this intention into council policy.
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Right, item 13 is to receive our block, the minutes for report. Councillors, is that accepted? Agreed? Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, councillors. And late hours, so have a safe trip. Thank you.